Welcome to day 2 of the Museum Next Museum and Schools Summit. I'm your host, Emily Kotecki. Yesterday, we heard from museums building the foundations of meaningful school partnerships through digital platforms, inclusive curricula, long-term engagement, and student-centered approaches. Today, we continue that journey with sessions that spanned from Australia to Saudi Arabia, Croatia to Wyoming, exploring everything from creative learning frameworks and decolonized curricula to virtual field trips and sensory scaffolding for our youngest visitors. As always, each presentation is pre-recorded, followed in most cases by live Q&A. To enrich that conversation, please put your questions in the chat at any time and we'll get through as many as we can. To start today, we are going all the way to Canberra, Australia. A team of 4 from the National Gallery of Australia, Harriet Bodie, Georgia Close, Julia Mendel, and Leanne Waterhouse, shared the gallery's creative learning approach, developed through a research partnership with the University of Canberra. This approach embeds Australian national education priorities and First Nations through culture principles, offering a model of relational, inquiry-driven practice that responds meaningful to learners, communities, and histories. Leanne will be here to take your questions after the presentation, so please put anything you'd like me to ask in the chat box and enjoy our first presentation of the day.
everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our creative learning approach with you today. My name is Georgia Close and my role is Head of Learning at the National Gallery of Australia. The National Gallery is located in Australia's capital city, Canberra, on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and I begin our presentation by paying respect to the traditional owners of these lands and acknowledging their ongoing care for country, culture and community. The National Gallery of Australia is custodian of the world's largest collection of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander art, which embraces, reflects and amplifies the diversity of First Nations arts and cultures. The works in our collection include both historical and contemporary works by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander artists. Works in the First Nations collection engage with Australia's complex histories of colonisation, they challenge stereotypes and encourage conversations and truth-telling. They celebrate the richness of First Nations art and cultures, and they share First Nations stories. Australia's national cultural policy, entitled Revive, A Place for Every Story, A Story for Every Place, outlines the centrality of First Nations art in the cultural life of Australia. First Nations First, recognising and respecting the crucial place of First Nations stories at the centre of Australia's arts and culture, is a key pillar of the cultural policy, supported by the principle that First Nations arts and culture are First Nations-led. The National Gallery corporate plan aligns with the cultural policy, recognising that art is an important bridge to nurture understanding, appreciation and respect for First Nations cultures, and ensuring that engaging with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander art and artists is central to our work. Today we will be sharing the National Gallery's creative learning approach, our new pedagogical framework that has been developed through a collaborative research project with Dr. Naomi Zauer from the University of Canberra. I'll be joined in this presentation by my wonderful colleagues in the learning team, Leanne Waterhouse, Education Manager, Julia Mendel, Digital Learning Access and Outreach Manager, and Harriet Boddy, Creative Learning Programs Convener. The National Gallery is Australia's national visual arts institution dedicated to collecting, sharing and celebrating art from Australia and around the world. The National Collection comprises over 155,000 works of art representing Australian art, modern art worldwide and art from across Asia and the Pacific. Central to our vision is elevating women artists and First Nations culture, together with a commitment to access and inclusion and environmental sustainability. The National Gallery's guiding vision is to be the international reference point for art in Australia, inspiring all people to engage, experience and learn. The National Gallery aims to make art accessible, meaningful and engaging to diverse audiences, locally, nationally and internationally, contributing to the cultural life of the nation and beyond. Our corporate plan recognises that education and learning are important entry points for the appreciation and understanding of our cultural heritage, and that all Australians should have access to the National Collection regardless of geography. To achieve this, we have a learning team at the National Gallery who are passionate about engaging audiences with art, artists, stories and ideas through our education and public programs. We think about stages for learning across a lifespan, from our programs for parents with babies in arms through to our creative ageing programs. To make our programs accessible to audiences across the large continent of Australia, we offer programs online and off-site through our touring initiatives, in addition to welcoming audiences to our gallery campus here in Canberra. This presentation focuses on the National Gallery of Australia's school education program and a research project we have recently undertaken to define our pedagogical approach. The resulting creative learning approach is an approach to teaching and learning unique to the specific concerns and contexts of the National Gallery of Australia. The National Gallery engages with over 60,000 students and teachers each year across our on-site programs, online workshops and resources, and off-site teacher professional learning programs. Until recently, our school programs were delivered by both paid staff in the role of artist educators, together with volunteers. In the absence of a defined pedagogical approach or set program frameworks, the content and experience of a school learning program was largely determined by the individual educator or volunteer, resulting in inconsistent experiences for schools. It became clear that we really needed to determine an approach to teaching and learning at the National Gallery so that we could provide clear guidelines for our staff and clear expectations for our school's audience. We knew we needed the following things. We needed program frameworks that linked to the Australian curriculum and provided clear advice around learning outcomes, program content and the selection of artists and works. We needed a defined pedagogical approach to guide the types of learning experiences we facilitate and thinking about how we engage with art and artists. And we needed a robust approach that was informed by contemporary learning theory and practice. So to achieve this, we established a research partnership with the University of Canberra Faculty of Education, working with lead researcher Dr. Naomi Zauer. We embarked on an 18-month collaborative process together. It was important to our University of Canberra research partners that we had a clearly articulated vision for our learning programs. As a department across both learning and public programs, we came together to workshop a vision statement. To do this, we referenced key documents that guide our work, including the National Gallery Corporate Plan, the National Cultural Policy, the Australian Curriculum, and the Zimbabwe Declaration for Education, which communicates the federal government vision for education and lifelong learning. We had often jokingly remarked together that we wanted our programs to help shape good humans. But working with Naomi, we really had to interrogate what we meant by this, and was this even our role as the learning team of the National Cultural Institution? But what we found when we went back to our guiding documents was confirmation that this was absolutely our role, and we settled together on this wording for our vision. In particular, that we promote our responsibility to act with care and kindness for a sustainable and inclusive future. It was also really important to the team that we were thinking about joy and creativity, so we foster joy and creativity is also a central part of our vision. I'd now like to introduce my colleague Leanne Waterhouse. Thank you, Leanne.
Hello, my name is Leanne Waterhouse and I'm the Education Manager here at the National Gallery of Australia. As Georgia mentioned, over the past 2 years, we have been working with Dr. Naomi Zauer at the University of Canberra to develop an approach to visual arts education. We wanted to establish an approach that engaged our national collection, custodian to the world's largest collection of First Nations art, and develop an approach that reflects our diverse society and geographic position in the world. We develop content for 65,000 students a year. This includes learning resources, online workshops, and at the gallery programs. When we started the research project, we were really thinking about ways we can make our on-site audiences more actively engaged with works of art. The majority of our programs are 60 minutes, and we wanted to maximise every opportunity in those 60 minutes to engage with focus works, as well as consider what happens in between as we move through this very large space. It is important to acknowledge that we weren't starting completely from scratch in this process. Before our collaboration started with the University of Canberra, the learning team already had our commitment to First Nations learning, which had been embedded in our programs through the gallery's Art Through Culture principles, led by Cubby Cubby program convener Maggie Douglas and Butchula and Kuku Yulanji facilitator Noah Watson. Art Through Culture is the National Gallery of Australia's learning approach to First Nations art, an approach created in consultation with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, including artists and educators. It empowers our audience to gain a deeper understanding of First Nations arts and cultures that is always culturally responsive and respectful. A key idea in the Art Through Culture principles is the centering of First Nations voices, which means that we prioritise the voices and intentions of First Nations artists in all aspects of our program. We emphasise the diversity of First Nations art and culture, and we are specific about artists, their country and language groups, and their practices to celebrate and embrace diversity and avoid generalisations and comparisons to Western art movements. The Art Through Culture principles include centering the voices of First Nations artists, celebrating living cultures, embracing artist diversity, inspiring memorable moments, and shaping transformative learning. Really importantly, we look for opportunities to connect the intentions of artists with the knowledge and experience that students bring to the program as an entry point and pathway for building understanding. Our team of artist educators come from a wide range of creative disciplines and community-based practices. They offer various perspectives, experiences, and ways of knowing, and this diversity enriches our work, fostering deeper engagement with our audiences. During the research period, the team participated in surveys and interviews and workshops with the research team to co-design a creative learning approach specifically for Australian students and educators. During the 5 full-day workshops, we analysed educational articles, made art together, and experimented with play, inquiry, embodiment, and reflection. This was a really deep creative immersion and gave great understanding and insight into how each of us learn and communicate. From this work together, the creative learning approach was developed, and you can see that on the slide now. I'm going to hand over to my colleague Julia, who can talk a little bit more about it.
Thank you, Leanne. My name's Julia Mendel, and I'm the Digital Learning Access and Outreach Manager here at the National Gallery of Australia. As Leanne mentioned, the commitments sit alongside Art Through Culture as our guiding principles for all our work. As a team, we centre relationships, looking at this as the foundation for learning and collaboration. Our offerings at the gallery, online and through outreach, support multiple opportunities to connect. We meet learners where they're at, welcoming them to show up as they are and working in a responsive way to engage. We facilitate multiple perspectives, looking at the diversity of the collection and the artists we work with. This supports our aims to foster safe, open, inclusive and accessible experiences. We respect agency, empowering our learners to make choices and encouraging them to be curious. And we value reflection. All our programs include moments for reflection to embed learning. This also extends well past the confines of a program, encouraging deep thinking to continue beyond our engagement. We also build reflection into the way we work, so our team has the opportunity to grow and share practice. The commitments and Art Through Culture all work together to hold the shared values and intentions for our programs and the way we work as a team. This shapes programming that is inclusive, creative, and responsive to our audiences. Looking at the approach, you might first imagine learners visiting us on site, facing the concrete brutalist style architecture of the National Gallery. Well, on top of welcoming thousands of students on site, we also connect with learners online in their classrooms or in their homes. Our free online workshop program is delivered to early years learners, primary school, high school, as well as tertiary students. It makes our programs accessible to students and educators who may not ever come to Canberra, or as a component to their on-site visit, preparing them before they come into the gallery or continuing their experience afterwards. Here we can see one of our artist educators, Andrew, delivering an online workshop program to a Year 2 class. This includes the same key pedagogical strategies as our on-site programs, using the voice of the artist, inquiry, making, and reflection. Harriet will expand on this in a moment. In addition to our online offerings, in 2025 we began an exciting new initiative for teachers, sending our team to touring partners across Australia who were exhibiting works from the National Collection. These programs became a testing ground for the creative learning approach as we continue to refine how different contexts might influence our delivery. The Art Across Australia Teacher Engagement Program has also allowed us to build relationships with communities across the country. Last year, we delivered 11 teacher professional development sessions to regional venues, I think in every state and territory. And in 2026, we have already delivered a number and planning for more this year. These engagements were supported with learning resources focused on collection works, all developed in line with the creative learning approach. This is all to say the approach has an elastic quality. While the project started with a focus on how we engage learners at the gallery, we quickly expanded this to test how the approach would apply to our online and outreach offerings. How do teachers and learners engage with the gallery? One of the strengths of the project has been the collaborative and open way the research has been conducted, viewing our programs and resources as an ecosystem that support one another. Our work with the University of Canberra considered online and off-site spaces as important sites of engagement alongside our work at the gallery. This holistic thinking becomes a crucial part of how we meet our commitments, including sustaining relationships, offering multiple entry points, creating accessible experiences, empowering learners, and reinforcing reflection no matter where the learning occurs. And of course, upholding the art through culture principles. I'll now hand over to my colleague Harriet to talk about our key pedagogical strategies.
Hi, I'm Harriet. I'm the Creative Learning Programs Convener. So our creative learning approach is grounded in creative inquiry. We are disciplined about the types of questions we ask, ensuring that they're open-ended, which allows learners to take a conversation to a place that's relevant to them while also relating to our line of inquiry. Our approach goes beyond seeking verbal responses. We provide opportunities for learners to express themselves through material or embodied play and through lots of different sorts of creative, playful strategies. What's essential to our approach is that we centre both the artist's voice alongside student knowledges, so as to create a conversation between what the artist is saying and what the student knows. And this promotes connection, empathy, and learning. A really exciting thing that we created as a part of this research project was this diagram, which we've titled the Creative Learning Strategy Planning Tool. And what it does is it helps our artist educators to design their creative learning strategies, but giving them agency over their own creative practice as artist educators. So they can design their strategy, but they know that they are working within our creative learning approach if they stick to this planning tool. What we see here in this tool is how a creative learning strategy is created. We've got the work of art and the student knowledges, which gives us our line of inquiry, and this active multimodal experience, and this reflection part where we go back and connect and identify the learning. I'm going to give an example, rather than go through this in detail, of a work of art that we have in our collection. So this is Lola Greeno, and this is a work of hers called a Marionnier shell necklace. And this is where we would start for a creative learning inquiry. So we've found the necklace and we've researched what Lola says about this necklace, where she says, "I remember on a Sunday after church, elder women used to come and visit Mum. We used to walk on the beach and walk with the elders of Cape Barren to collect the shells." So we have these shell necklaces, we have what Lola Greeno has said about the shell necklaces, and then we think about how the students might connect to this idea. And so we can assume that students have also had something that a person older than them has taught them, and that has been a skill that they've learnt and has helped them connect to their family and to their culture. And so that's our line of inquiry. How does learning skills from older generations help us feel connected to our culture? And so as using this as an example, when we look at Lola Greeno's shells, I can give a few talking points that relate to that line of inquiry. We could say heaps of things about Lola Greeno, but I'm going to keep it short to give the students context, to give you context, to relate to the line of inquiry. So we could talk about how Lola Greeno is a Pakana woman from Lutruwita in Tasmania, which is a First Nations. She's a First Nations woman to that area. Can talk about how, as a result of the violence of colonisation in Australia, this knowledge, this cultural knowledge of making these shell necklaces was in danger of being lost, and that it's really important to Lola that she continues this cultural maintenance of keeping this knowledge going. She continues to teach it to the younger generations of her people, and she learnt from the older generations within her family. So these are these talking points. And then we might ask some open-ended questions to ask students, or I will ask you now, can you think of some things that you do together with your family that are really important to you as a group, either with your family or a group of friends? And I'd ask students to think about Lola on the beach with her family, and maybe give me some sounds that they would imagine Lola and her family and the elders, her cousins and her aunties, would be hearing on the beach at this time. Maybe there's birds, the sounds of the waves crashing on the beach, the sounds of laughter, chatting, someone saying, I found some shells. And then I would ask you all now, wherever you are in the world, to think about a skill that you've been taught by an older person in your life. And to take yourself to that moment and think about the sounds that you could hear in this moment of learning this skill. What sounds were happening when this older person was with you in a moment, sharing their time and teaching you this skill? Then I'd ask you can you think of a movement with your body that illustrates this moment, that illustrates the sounds within this moment? So thinking about the sounds, you're remembering this time where you're learning a skill from someone older than you, and what sounds were you hearing in that moment of learning that skill? And then I invite you all, wherever you are at home, if you're in your office or in your living room listening to this, can you make a movement with your body that illustrates that skill? So for me, my mum taught me how to weld, and this is my movement. Sparks flying, the sound of this hissing sound of the welding. And then we have this reflection question at the end, this reflection at the end of every strategy to guide us back to the work. We're coming out of our own individual experience, perhaps of someone who taught us something, and connecting with everybody else in the room and back to Lola. We can ask, how does learning skills from older generations help us feel connected to our culture? And maybe that's something I can leave you with to reflect on. Here is our First Nations Learning facilitator running that strategy with a group of high school students, and they're miming their skills that they've learned. So this is our creative learning strategy planning tool. We have this tool available on our website, as well as if you follow this QR code, it will take you to a page that gives you abridged information about our creative learning approach, but it also takes you to a place where you can download the larger report with all of the detailed information and research. So I encourage you to do that, and thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
A really thoughtful framework and a really lovely example of a museum and a university genuinely working together. We are delighted to have Leanne here for Q&A. There's been a lot coming into the chat. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I think everyone's movement recently about a skill we just learned is how to hold up our phone and take a picture of that QR code. That was a really, I'm sure everyone captured that. So glad to see you. Let's get to our first question.
There's a lot of questions.
Yes, there are. How do you maintain consistency across programs without losing the individual creativity of your artist educators?
It's a really great question. So we have 3 main programs, and we have really typed frameworks around those programs. But as Harriet demonstrated, that strategy tool is where the artist educators really start to shine. That's where they bring their own creative practice to it. You know, we might have 10 different strategies for the same artwork. And what we really try to do is everything is in collaboration. So throughout this period, we've really learnt how to work in the most remarkable collaborative way. And we we make time for that. It's really important for us to be able to make time, and we come together and we practice these together. So we're bouncing ideas backwards and forwards off each other until something kind of clicks and feels comfortable for someone. We also demonstrate a strategy. I might have developed a strategy using the tool, and I'll demonstrate to the other educators, and they might take cues from it, but they also might go, actually, no, I want to bring in the artist's voice first and then do the activity and then do some inquiry questions or talking points. Or some others might say, no, the artist's voice is very important for me to bring in at the beginning. And so there's lots of kind of autonomy over how they approach an individual artwork.
Lovely. Next question. Could you share this document in full? I think we've got the QR code.
Yeah.
Very interested to share this with my team for inspiration. I think we're feeling very inspired. Let's go to the next question. How do you support teachers in regional and remote Australia who don't have ongoing museum contact?
This is such a great question, and I think it's something that we are also learning to do. So as Julia mentioned, we have an amazing outreach program that is relatively new. We've been doing it for 12 months. So we have a program called Sharing the National Collection, or Art Across Australia. And we go out and deliver what we call teacher engagement, which is professional learning, at local venues, like in regional remote places. And so we're inviting teachers to come in and connect with us. But we will also we did one tonight. We have just finished a teacher engagement session with the artist Trent Park. So that's a time where it's open for everyone around the country and even internationally to join us in those sessions, where we work with artists to engage with their work through the approach. We also have lots of learning resources as well online, and everything that we're doing. So we finished this research project towards the end of last year. So for us, it's kind of like the research is finished, but the real work has really started in the gallery space, where we are really rethinking our learning resources and how we're developing them so that everything aligns with this approach now. And so, online learning resources, we're traveling around the country, and we're also zooming into everywhere.
Fantastic. Next question. What does joy actually look like as a measurable outcome in your programs?
This is such a good question, and hotly debated in our team, because it means something different for everyone. But what we've really worked hard at is bringing our team together on this journey. And I think when we are working so closely together and we're all aligned in our values and our ideas, the staff are feeling the joy. Therefore, that is like resonating with our audiences, and they feel it. Like, I'll go down and I'll observe the educators, and you can see the young people who are just bursting to share their story about their life or how they're connected to the themes of the work. And that might be not always verbally, but they're wanting to do the embodiment activities, or they're reaching for materials really quickly. And so when we see that active engagement, that's what joy, I think, looks like.
That's great. Love that. Next question. Could you describe a highlight that the students particularly enjoyed?
A highlight the students particularly enjoyed. I mean, that is a big question, because we have 65,000 students that we're engaging with. And again, I think it would probably be seeing that active engagement when they're participating, or when we hear from teachers who tell us that they haven't heard their student talk about anything, in the last term, or felt any kind of excitement about something, and all of a sudden they're wanting to share, they're being actively engaged in that process. I think that's really important. I will say also that we do use the building so as well. We consider the whole building. We have an incredible sculpture garden. And so the whole experience is really important. As soon as they get off that bus and they're kind of overwhelmed, it might be the first time they've ever come into a big gallery space, And so we want to make sure that that's really well connected and we're thinking about that building. But students do enjoy going into that building. It is a remarkable building.
Maybe tying the last question to this one, do you see, it's a new pedagogical framework for you all. Do you see a change in how students are engaging with your programs if you think back to before it was established into what you're seeing now? Even just
Absolutely.
anecdotally? Yeah. Oh, really?
Absolutely. We spend some time surveying our students, and we will do it again, which is really exciting. So making sure that we know what they want as well. It's not just us making all of these decisions, but we did come from like a lot of museum spaces where it was a lot of like, we're the knowledge holders and we're going to give it all to you. And we're going to fill you up like you're an empty vessel. And we really wanted to take that away and go, no, actually, you're coming with a whole worldview, and we want to hear your worldview. And so structuring it that so you see that it's not just us speaking all of the time. It's a really shared experience.
Lovely. Next question. How does the approach translate when delivered digitally, where physical and sensory engagement is harder to achieve?
It is harder to achieve. I think if we trust the teachers on the other side know how to do their job really well, and so we have that communication with them before we go into the classroom. I say in, like through the screen, and so we want them to set up, the classroom in a certain way. Like we want to make sure they've got what materials have they got and what can they use, so that we can work with them to make sure that that active engagement is still there. They're not just, again, looking at a screen, but we're speaking to them the same way. We might have the opportunity online to show them more videos, so directly from the artists who are speaking about their work, and then asking them to, again, go away and do the activity. I think just to like kind of Harriet demonstrated there that, you pause and you wait and you're imagining on the other side that they're going away and they're doing the activity, and then they're discussing amongst themselves, and they might share it in the chat like we are in, just in this situation here. But again, it's new-ish for us. And so I think in the next, 12 to 18 months, it's going to be really exciting for our team to see how far we can push all of these kind of technologies or experiences into different environments.
That is super exciting. Let's take one more question. How has developing this framework changed how the learning team works together internally?
Remarkably, we were only reflecting this in a meeting today. So we had the 5 all-day workshops, and there was a lot of tension in the first one. And not that, people are in our team are uptight, but because we're inviting them to do something new or challenging that they haven't done before. And seeing that tension from the first one to the last one, where everyone was like joyfully joining in every activity and wanting to share their opinions. And then we now see that in our strategy development sessions. And I think I mentioned it before, we then see that translate across into the experiences they bring for those students. Their joy is there, their excitement to be able to go in. And particularly for, like, I mentioned that, it's not just visual artists on our team. We've got architects, we've got socially engaged, political students. We've got poets. And so it really allows them to bring their practice into what we do as well, which makes it really an exciting place, and everyone wants to share ideas. We also value reflection. So we have a big whiteboard and we have these campaigns. So every 2 weeks we have a new campaign where we ask them to try something new. So this is an ongoing practice, and they might suggest some things they want to try, and then everyone has to try it, and then they come back to the whiteboard and they are all writing down, their reflections of that. And what is really nice for us is to watch them like reading each other's reflections, and they're learning from that, which is nice.
Lovely. Sounds great. And thank you so much, Leanne, for sharing this really thoughtful framework once again with all of us.
Thank you so much.
Our next session comes from Singapore. Su Ting from the Sun Yat-sen Nanyang Memorial Hall explores how museums can remain genuinely relevant within formal education systems by extending their reach into the classroom, adapting collection content, creating new digital resources, and hands-on activities for school-based use. Su Ting is not available to join us live after her session, but she and I did have a chance to pre-record a Q&A, so we'll be able to dive a little further into the program after the film. Enjoy the presentation.
Hi everybody, my name is Siu Ting and I'm the Education and Outreach Assistant Manager at the Sun Yat-sen Nanyang Memorial Hall in Singapore. The Sun Yat-sen Nanyang Memorial Hall is a heritage institution managed by Singapore's National Heritage Board that traces the story of Dr. Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary activities in Southeast Asian region and highlights the impact of the 1911 Chinese Revolution on Singapore. The museum also promotes Chinese culture and heritage by collaborating with the community through outreach and educational programs. In September 2024, the 120-year-old National Monument was slated to close for major restoration works, prompting the need to pivot on-site museum education programs to bring the learning experience directly into schools. Education has always been central to the museum's work. In my role, I manage our education and outreach programs, focusing on helping young people to learn about Chinese culture and heritage in ways that are meaningful and relevant to their classroom learning. We also work closely with schools, offering facilitated programs, curated learning resources, and enriching experiences that complement formal education. Today, using one of the museum's signature education programs, A Brush with Culture, I would like to share how we reframe museum education. To be specific, how museum resources can continue to support classroom learning beyond the museum walls, and how outreach can be an intentional and meaningful part of museum education practice. During the museum's closure, schools were no longer able to visit us in person. Our galleries were closed and our artifacts were no longer accessible for on-site programs. This raised a very practical question for our education team. If students cannot visit the museum, how can we continue supporting their learning? At the same time, we were mindful not to see this purely as a limitation. Instead, it became an opportunity to reflect more deeply on the function and the possibilities of museum education. Are museums only relevant when students can visit the building, or can learning continue in other ways? This question became the starting point for rethinking on how we design and deliver educational experiences. Before the museum's closure, the A Brush with Culture program, or ABC for short, is a 5-station learning journey conducted within the museum compound. The 5-station focus on artifacts from Chinese calligraphy, movable types, and Chinese opera, as well as history and stories of the villa, including the bronze mural of early community stories. The aim of the programs was to deepen students' understanding of Singapore's Chinese cultural heritage and the value of early Chinese pioneers through hands-on exploration of traditional art forms and cultural practices. With an educational activity booklet in hand, students move through the museum in small groups. At each station, facilitators introduce the artifacts and the stories behind them. Students then work on tasks in their activity booklets to reinforce and record what they had just seen, and learn with activities such as matching tools to their names or identifying objects that they had seen earlier. What made this program especially impactful was the museum environment itself. The physical space, the artifacts, and the curated setting naturally created an immersive learning experience. Learning was object-based, structured, and grounded in physical experience. With the closure of the museum, one thing was very clear. Original artifacts cannot be brought out into schools. Artifacts require strict environmental controls, such as temperature and humidity, and moving them would risk damage, and once lost, they cannot be replaced. Instead of asking, how do we replace the artifacts in ABC, we reframe the question to, how can artifact-based learning continue outside the museum? This reframing led us to explore alternatives such as handling props for demonstration, detailed visuals and videos, hands-on activities that showed how art forms were created, structured activities in educational booklets that guide observation and thinking. Through these elements, we maintain the educational experience and cultural understanding that artifacts offer, despite the physical collection being inaccessible during the restoration period. The reframing led to the development of a Brush Culture 2.0, a school-based version of a signature museum program. We retained the 5-station model, but redesigned the content of how each station functions in a classroom environment. The 5 revamped stations now focus on artifacts related to Chinese calligraphy, movable types, Chinese opera, and seal carving, alongside early Chinese community stories which were previously conveyed through a bronze mural at the museum. Our first consideration in designing ABC 2.0 was to ensure that the content remained aligned with school education syllabus in Singapore. Hence, we took the existing program's themes and expanded it even further to deepen the learning and to include new themes. These themes include multiculturalism, early pioneers in Singapore, and Chinese art forms. Second, we developed a set of structured teaching resources, including presentation slides, quizzes, photographs, and short videos taken for the museum. For example, the previously physical station of the bronze mural is now conducted through the use of a video. The video not only featured the narrative of a bronze mural in detail but also introduced students to the museum itself. This helps students in visualizing the museum space and understand its significance, even without visiting the site physically. The structured teaching resources also ensure a consistent delivery of the program content to different classes attending the program on different schedules. Third, we introduce handling props and hands-on activities. This includes seal carving tools, Chinese opera costumes, and calligraphy materials. This provided an in-depth learning experience in the classrooms, and students are now able to try multiple art forms in the comfort of their classrooms. Most importantly, the program is delivered by a team of independent facilitators. These facilitators are trained to use the resources to guide learning at each station. They introduce key ideas using visuals or demonstrations before students complete their tasks in their activity booklets and participate in hands-on activities. This ensures that learning remains structured, guided, and engaging rather than fully self-directed. From an educational perspective, the way we design these resources and activities is informed by 3 key learning approaches, commonly used in museum and classroom education: experiential learning, multisensory learning, and tactile object-based learning. Together, these approaches guide how we design learning experiences that remain immersive and meaningful even outside the museum. Experiential learning is often explained through Cope's experiential learning cycle, which describes learning as a continuous process with 4 stages: concrete experience, reflective observation, abstract conceptualization, and active experimentation. Among our 5 stations, the movable type printing station aligns most clearly with this framework. Students are first introduced to movable type printing through images of artifacts from our museum collection. They learn that before computers, Chinese texts were printed using individual characters that were selected and arranged by hand. Students then watched a video showing the printing process step by step. Arranging characters, applying ink, placing paper, and pressing to create a print. This allows students to observe the process carefully and reflect on how it works as a whole. Facilitators connect this process to broader ideas about how information was produced and circulated in the past. We also introduce a local context by sharing about a Singapore pioneer typesetter, Mr. Zhao Guofeng, and historical newspaper printing process. Finally, students select a short poem and carry out the printing process themselves, choosing the types, inking them, placing the paper, pressing for me, and revealing the printed text. Through this cycle, students move from observation to understanding, and finally to application, ensuring that learning remains experiential rather than purely theoretical. Multisensory learning recognizes that students learn more effectively when multiple senses are engaged simultaneously. Across the program, students engage through visual input such as images of artifacts, videos, and script forms, auditory input through facilitators' explanations and demonstrations, tactile input through materials used in activities, and kinesthetic input through hands-on practice. At the Chinese Calligraphy Station, Chinese calligraphy is introduced as a traditional art form used to express emotions and thoughts. Students first view images of calligraphy artifacts, including the character shou, which means longevity in Chinese, as seen in the museum's collection. Through slides, they are introduced to 5 different Chinese script styles: seal script, clerical script, regular script, running script, and cursive script, each with its own distinct visual features. Auditory input is provided as facilitators explain the defining characteristics of each script style while pointing out examples on screen. Students then take part in a short Kahoot quiz identifying script styles based on visual cues. Next, students are shown the 4 treasures of study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, using handling props for demonstration. To relate this learning to contemporary practice, slide shows how calligraphy is used today, such as the writing of spring couplets during the Lunar New Year, where well wishes are written on red paper to welcome blessing and good fortune. The hands-on activity involves students using a calligraphy brush dipped in ink to write the characters Ping An in clerical script, expressing wishes for safety, good health, and protection from harm. Through this sequence, students see historical examples, hear explanations, visually analyze script forms, and physically practice brushwork, reinforcing learning through multiple sensory pathways. Tactile object-based learning is a core approach in museum education that supports learning through close observation and physical interaction with objects. While original artifacts cannot travel outside the museum, we preserve the learning function of objects through handling materials and visual representations. Students are introduced to Chinese opera as a popular form of entertainment among early Chinese communities through artifact images, including visuals of Lai Chun Yuan, a historic opera house. Chinese opera is then situated within a multicultural performance context, alongside Malay and Indian cultural performances, highlighting how different communities expressed stories through performance traditions. Facilitators guide students as they examine and try on different opera costume pieces, prompting them to observe differences in texture, colors, and design features associated with different roles such as female characters, military officers, and fairy figures. Through tactile engagement, students gain a better understanding of how material elements, including costume, color, and form communicate identity, status, and character in Chinese opera. Students then complete the task in their activity booklets, applying what they have observed. While the museum closure accelerated this shift, the learning goes far beyond this period. Outreach allows museum to be flexible in where learning happens, scale program across different parameters, and ensure educational work continues even where access changes. A single program can be adapted, reused, and delivered across different schools without being tied to one physical building. This ensures that programs do not end when circumstances change. To ensure our programs truly meet the educational goals, we evaluate the impact of learning through feedbacks from 3 key groups: students, teachers, and facilitators. We assess whether students have gained a better understanding of Chinese culture and heritage, learn about traditional art forms, and develop appreciation for Singapore's multicultural society. Teachers provide feedback on how program benefits students' learning and incorporates character and citizenship education competencies. Independent facilitators evaluate the effectiveness of each station in promoting cultural understanding. Our results show that 93% of students gain a better understanding of Chinese culture and heritage and learn about traditional art form, while 91% develop appreciation for Singapore's multicultural society. Looking ahead, museums can also explore new ways of representing collections, such as high-quality replicas or 3D printing artifacts to further support tactile learning safety. In short, museum education should not depend on a single physical space. By reframing museum resources for classroom use, we can extend learning beyond galleries and continue supporting students in meaningful and sustainable ways. Thank you for your time.
To Museum Next, and thank you so much for recording this Q&A. We're going to jump right into the questions. What was the biggest challenge in adapting museum content for classroom use?
I think one of the key challenge or one of the challenge is moving from, I guess in a museum, a lot of the experience is from the physical space and the reliance on the artifacts, but and also the artifacts actually anchor the context and the focal point for engagement. But I think which is then a challenge for us because we need to rethink of how to recreate this learning through other meaningful ways into the classroom, because in the classroom you are unable to see the physical space as well as the artifacts. So what we did is that we use other means by using photos, presentations, videos, as well as hands-on activities. Yeah, but this also means that there is more responsibility on the facilitations of the facilitators, because the program is very interactive and also classroom dynamics can vary, so the students can be very energetic in the environment, and then facilitators would have then to do classroom management. Yeah, so classroom management would then became closely tied to how effective the learning experience is. And the facilitators have to be very intentional in managing this transition, pacing activities, as well as sustaining the engagement. So it is really thinking how do we design and how the facilitators can facilitate in a different environment.
Did you train the facilitators in a different way when you were preparing them for the classroom outreach than perhaps you had for the museum experience?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so for us to ensure consistency and quality when they are in a museum as well. Now that they are in the classroom, we had to train them differently in terms of teaching them how do they engage the students. Yeah, so and also we had to give them different types of resources rather than just giving them the content knowledge. We also have to teach them of how to engage them in the classroom settings, how do they manage the different types of transitions, and also how to adapt to the different classroom dynamics. So for example, if let's say if a student suddenly disrupt the classroom, how can the facilitators share so that they can make sure that all of the students focus as they are teaching. Yeah.
Yeah. When you saw the program happening in the classroom, what surprised you most about what you were seeing versus what you were familiar with when it was in the museum?
Yeah. So I think in the museum, when you are in a museum, I think they do have lesser hands-on activities. So actually, I was most surprised that the students love hands-on activities, and they are way more, and they do learn more compared when they just come to the museum, look at the artifacts, learn and get the knowledge as the independent facilitators share about the artifacts. Yeah. So they really love the hands-on activities in terms of because the way that we do hands-on activities in the museum and in the classroom is very different. Because in the museum there's no how say like brushes. For example, we are in a calligraphy station. There's no brushes for them to do their calligraphy styles. Yeah, because we are in a museum, and the museum's a bit harder because there's not enough physical space for them. But in the classroom, they are free to use the brushes to do their own calligraphy. So they are actually very excited to do the hands-on activities.
Yeah, I'm sure that it looked really fun. When you were developing the program, were you working with new schools? Were you testing this out with schools that you had worked with before? What did that look like?
Yeah, so when we first ran these programs outside of the museum, we started by piloting the programs with schools that we already had a relationship with. And these schools are actually particularly interested in Chinese culture and heritage. But well, I mean they have a stronger interest in it, such as Chinese speaking schools, or in Singapore we have something called the SAP schools. So why we decided to work with them, and because they are our existing, because we already have an existing relationship with them, and we actually have a long relationship with them, where we hope that could provide more detailed and constructive feedback, which was actually very helpful for us refining the program in its initial phase. But after we had strengthened the program design, we expanded our outreach to new schools, including schools with different types. I mean, we reach out to schools, to students who had like different profiles. Yeah, so we still continue gathering feedback from the different types of students, as well as the teachers and the facilitators to ensure that the program still remain relevant and effective across the different schools.
How long is your museum going to be closed for
Oh,
renovations?
we are the museum will close perhaps for the next 1 to 2 more years. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what's the vision for this school outreach program? You talked about going out to more schools, engaging more schools, but you might be closed or it sounds like you have quite a long time ahead of you where the museum will be closed. So what do you envision for this program?
Oh, so what I envision for this program is that I think eventually for all these programs, it is really for the students to learn more about the Chinese culture and heritage. Yeah, so it is not just for them to have. I mean, it is to both have fun of the different art forms that we are teaching, but at the same time they are learning of the Chinese culture and heritage, because we realize that these Chinese culture and heritage is being lost as times goes by. Yeah, cause yeah, like sometimes maybe we might not see these art forms happening in Singapore anymore, cause I guess it's also passing down the knowledge to the next generation. Yeah, so this is something that we are hoping out of the program.
I guess thinking about thinking about the future and in the next couple of years and wanting to push it out to more schools, how do you scale a program like this? When it's a program online, the platform itself allows more scalability to happen. But when you rely on facilitators, is there a plan to add more facilitators? How do you think about scaling it and bringing it out to more schools in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so I think for us, we are more focused on in-depth engagement. Yeah, so I think at the end of the day, it is the learning that matters. Yeah, we can always definitely we will be adding more facilitators. Yeah, once that there is like more demand. Yeah, but
Yeah.
then at the same time, we are more focused on the learning that is more important for the students. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, we would prefer keeping it. We would rather have a more impact on the students' learning.
Sure. No, that makes sense. In the video we just saw, it looks like you created some either new content videos and a virtual tour. Did those assets exist before, or did you create them new for this program?
Yeah. So we created new for this program because firstly, at the old program, there's no resources. Rather, it is mainly the facilitators will show them the artifacts, and they will share through the different content of the artifacts. So actually, all these resources are new. But what why do we have all these new resources? Because firstly, because they can't come to the physical space. That's why we have all these resources for them to show. But secondly, we also want to show them the process. For example, as you all have seen the video, we want to show them the printing techniques to provide the narrative context that cannot be easily created in the classroom setting, which and this allows students to observe details and sequence in a way that supports understanding. At the same time, we also were mindful not to just rely heavily on the digital content. That's why we have hands-on activities afterward, which the facilitators would need interaction to ensure that the learning will still remain active and engaging. So I would say that these digital resources was really about enhancing the learning that the students are doing, rather than replacing the learning experience.
Yeah. Yeah. If you could look into the future again in 2 years, your museum is open. You've now built this really successful outreach program in schools, but now your museum is open. How do you imagine or envision balancing the success of that program with the previously successful museum tours?
This program is considered as it is a flexible program. Yeah, so it caters to whether if the teachers would prefer a more in-depth kind of program, or let's say if the students are unable to come our museum, what we could do is to bring our museum content to the schools. Yeah, but however, at the same time, I think the physical space and the artifacts provides an experience to the students. Yeah, so we might eventually in the future, we are not sure, but we might consider doing like both ends. Yeah, the school, going to school as well as going to the museum. Yes.
That sounds great. I'd love to go to both. Su Ting, thank you so much for being here, for sharing what you're doing in Singapore, and for taking all these questions. I really appreciate your presence here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you again for re-recording or pre-recording a Q&A. It really does bring the program alive in a different way. So our next session takes us somewhere quite extraordinary, a UNESCO World Heritage Site where public access only began in 2022, and where the task of building meaningful heritage education began with no inherited model at all. Reem Alatas and Nada Al-Fura from the Diriyah Gate Development Authority in Saudi Arabia share what it means to develop large-scale school visit programs from scratch, while the site itself is still taking shape around them. Reem will be here to take your questions after the film, so keep the questions coming and enjoy the presentation.
Hello everyone. Today we will share the story of how museum education and school visits were planned, designed and scaled from a standing start, at a time when the site, its audiences and even institutional frameworks were still being formed. This is not just a reflection on one program, but a case study in how heritage, education and strategic national goals can come together to shape learning experiences for young people. Before we start, we would like to introduce ourselves to you. My name is Reem Al-Attas and I am an educational programming specialist at DGDA. I have a background in cognitive science and education, and my work builds on heritage, education, and public sector strategy. My current work focuses on designing large-scale school engagement programs within the emerging cultural and heritage destinations in Diriyah.
My name is Nada Al-Farah and I am the Visitor Experience Assistant Manager at DGDA. I have a background in multilingual and multicultural studies, and my work focuses on heritage interpretation, visitor engagement, and cultural storytelling, with the intention to create meaningful and inclusive experiences for diverse local and international audiences, including those in the educational group visits. At the heart of the story is Diriyah, the historic cradle of the first Saudi state, now emerging as one of the kingdoms of Saudi Arabia's most conscious heritage destination and a flagship of cultural identity in the line with the Saudi Vision 2030. Diriyah is an extraordinary place. It's the historic capital of the first Saudi state and home to the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Al-Tarif district, inscribed in 2010. The inscriptions was supported by long-standing preservation efforts led by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, who during his tenure as governor of Riyadh initiated and oversaw programs dedicated to the revival of Al-Tarif district and the restoration of its historic structures. Al-Tarif district is recognized for its cultural significance and historical legacy. The Mud Bricks district was where the Saudi royal family resided during the zenith of the First Saudi state. It was also the administrative district of Diriyah, the nerve center of a state that stretched across the Arabian Peninsula, and the tangible embodiment of values that defined the first Saudi state and continue to underpin Saudi society today. When Diriyah Gate Development Authority, known as DGDA, began opening Al-Tarif district and the surrounding heritage areas to the public, it did so with the intent of connecting the heritage directly with current and future generations. At the same time, Vision 2030 positioned heritage as a driver of education, tourism, and identity. The creation of DGDA formalized this shift, placing education and interpretation at the center of national development, not at the margins. This work is deeply connected to Vision 2030, especially its pillar of creating a vibrant society. The vision emphasizes cultural tourism, expanding access to heritage sites, and increasing quality of life through cultural engagement and nurturing pride in national identity. This national context provides both direction and urgency for establishing structured school visits, not merely as field trips, but as intentional educational experiences. When the Tarif district first opened to public access in 2019, there was effectively no inherited audience model for the public in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, let alone for educational groups. Historically, school visits in Saudi Arabia were often informal or concentrated in STEM and entertainment-based environments. Heritage education was rarely institutionalized or curriculum-aligned. However, in alignment with Vision 2030, strong national direction to enhance arts and culture education, supported by major investments and the opening of heritage tourism sites, has enabled rapid development in these fields, in particular in expanding access to heritage sites and structuring educational visits nationwide. Combined with the opening of Al-Tarif district, museum education entered a new phase, moving from isolated experiences to structured learning outcome-driven programs. This shift reflects a broader transition recognizing heritage, culture, and humanities as essential components of student development and national identity formation.
To help you set the scene for what it's like to build educational visits from a standing point, we were launching this program at a moment where visitor expectations were yet undefined, educational frameworks were just emerging, and institutional capacity had yet to be fully built. Particularly, we were working on the strategic foundation for how Diriyah communicates its heritage, understands its audiences, and designs meaningful visitor and learning experiences. In addition to answering what stories are told and why, we were simultaneously building frameworks explaining who the audiences are and how they engage, all in which help shift Diriyah from being a historic site that is visited to a living heritage destination that is understood, felt, and valued. We positioned the Diriyah School Visits program as a cross-organizational responsibility, influencing staffing, marketing, programming, facilities, and education. We partnered with internal subject matter experts to co-design and deliver thematic learning tracks. This included departments such as the Special Conservation Projects, Heritage Production, Archaeology, Natural Heritage, Wadi Hanifa Research, Collections, and Historical Studies units. This integrated approach ensured that the program consistently communicates Diriyah's values and messages regardless of how the visitors chose to engage. Additionally, the educational narrative was developed collaboratively, incorporating ongoing feedback and insight from the visitor experience tour guides, who engaged directly with the students on site. Their first-hand observations played a key role in shaping content that was responsive, age-appropriate, and grounded in real visitor interactions. The narrative then underwent a final stage of historical validation to ensure accuracy and alignment with approved scholarly references. Building on this, a clear pedagogical framework was established to support tour guides in their educational role. providing structured learning objectives, interpretive approaches, and engagement tools that enabled consistent yet flexible delivery. This framework empowered tour guides to move beyond information sharing and toward facilitation, dialogue, and inquiry-based learning, ensuring meaningful and impactful educational experiences for students across different age groups and backgrounds. Furthermore, we continuously incorporated feedback from both teachers and students throughout the visits, focusing on what aspects of the site engaged them the most, what they enjoyed, what they found less engaging, and what they ultimately learned from the experience. Maintaining this open dialogue with educators and students was essential to ensuring the program remained responsive to their needs while still achieving the intended learning outcomes and educational objectives of the visits. 7 years ago, a visit to Dir'iyya bore little resemblance to the experience we know today. Access was limited, interpretation was minimal, and heritage education had yet to take its place as structured, intentional offering. Today, Dir'iyya has transformed into a dynamic heritage destination, one that welcomes thousands of students each year through a carefully designed educational program rooted in storytelling, place-based learning, and national context. In response to this transformation, the Dir'iyya School Visits program was developed to move beyond a single narrative or experience. Instead, it offers multiple educational tracks, each designed to engage students through a different lens of the site: historical, architectural, environmental, and archaeological, allowing learners to connect with Dir'iyya in ways that are meaningful, age-appropriate, and aligned with their learning journeys. The Dir'iyya School Visits program offers today 4 learning tracks designed to appeal to diverse learning interests. First, the First Saudi State History, engaging students with political, cultural, and social legacy. Second, Najdi Architecture and Conservation, understanding traditional built heritage and its associated conservation challenges. Third, Wadi Hanifa Nature, blending environmental and cultural learning. And lastly, archaeology, creating a hands-on interpretation of scientific discovery methods. Each track is intentionally tied to curriculum outcomes and age competence, recognizing that students learn best when experiences are both intellectually and contextually meaningful. But it wasn't just about creating a program, it was about iterative learning. With no playbook to follow, familiar museum education tools like curriculum mapping, thematic design, and evaluation techniques had to be contextualized. This meant aligning with the national curricula and mapping across content to create thematic tracks that offer complementary learning opportunities, curating the narrative and pacing for study educational norms while keeping the narrative of the strategy and site vision goals, building an evaluation framework, and maintaining an open dialogue with educators, students, and tour guides. Additionally, we believe the program must intentionally consider the growing population of non-Saudi students around Dir'iyya. As the capital city continues to evolve into a major global metropolis, driven by the national transformation projects and the attraction of international talent, Dir'iyya increasingly serves as a shared cultural heritage reference point for students who now call Saudi Arabia home. For these students, visiting Dir'iyya is often their first meaningful encounter with the kingdom's heritage. The educational opportunity lies not only in introducing historical facts, but in helping them understand values, social structures, and human stories that shape the place they live in today. By framing Dir'iyya as a living site of shared history rather than a distant national monument, heritage becomes more accessible and relevant to diverse audiences. Looking ahead, we are actively developing additional thematic tracks that will further expand the program's scope and relevance. Our aim is to encourage schools to return year after year, allowing students to experience Dir'iyya from different perspectives at different stages of their academic journeys. By continuously evolving the content, we ensure that each visit offers a fresh lens, deeper insight, and a renewed connection to place.
Through this process, we learned powerful lessons about audience formation, partnership practice, and educational adaptability, lessons that extend beyond a single site and speak to the evolving role of museum education in context of rapid cultural development. Audience formation emerged as a foundational concern rather than a secondary outcome. Many of the students visiting Dir'iyya were engaging with a heritage site for the first time, with limited prior exposure to former museum environments. Heritage, therefore, became a starting point of cultivating curiosity, building a sense of belonging, and shaping early relationship with national history. Rather than assuming pre-existing interest or knowledge, The program focused on creating entry points through storytelling, dialogue, and experiential learning, allowing students to see themselves within the narrative of the place and recognize heritage as something living, relevant, and worth caring about. Partnership practice proved essential to both credibility and scalability. Close collaboration with internal stakeholders ensured that educational objectives were embedded across the visitor journey rather than isolated within guided tours. Externally, coordination with the school partners and government entities enabled curriculum alignment, appropriate learning outcomes, and smoother operational delivery.
Educational adaptability was critical in translating familiar museum education frameworks into a local cultural and institutional context. While tools such as curriculum mapping, thematic tracks, and inquiry-based learning were drawn from international practice, they could not be applied wholesale. Instead, they were reshaped to reflect Saudi educational norms, student expectations, linguistic diversity, and the evolving identity of the site itself. This adaptability allowed the program to remain responsive, inclusive, and relevant, demonstrating that strong museum education is not defined by fixed models, but by the ability to evolve thoughtfully alongside place, people, and purpose. These are not unique to Diriyah. These are shared challenges for heritage educators worldwide, especially in contexts where cultural infrastructure is still being developed. Building museum education from a standing start has reminded us that heritage is not only about the past, it's about how we equip young people to interpret, examine, and find meaning in stories that shape their sense of place and identity. Thank you.
A really fascinating window into heritage education in a very different context. And I'm delighted to have Reem here for Q&A. She's coming up on stage now. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Great. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Emily.
Let's get to our first question. How do you design educational experiences for students who have never visited a heritage site before and have no frame of reference for what a museum visit means?
Amazing. That's a really good question. So when we look at cultural heritage, we're always looking at the elements that make it up. So we're looking at the intangible heritage, tangible heritage, and natural heritage. And for the intangible part, the values, all what makes our identity, we already know that. We embody that in our daily life, in our relationships, in our work, in everything. So that part is already, it's established. The students already know that. Now that the focus of the country have shifted into heritage tourism and all of the work that stems from the Vision 2030, now we're paying attention to the physical parts, the tangible elements parts that were already there. They were already existed, but now we know that the place is there, so we go and visit it, and it's when you see the saying, seeing is believing, so it deepens that strength with the intangible part. So the experience revolves around this meaning is you already know who you are, now you have a deeper connection to it because you are in the historical place that shapes your identity or your national identity. So we try to design the experiences and the narrative and build the narrative around that concept.
And what a powerful opportunity to give that first experience to, students who've never been maybe to a heritage site before. It's such an exciting opportunity. Go to our next question. With such a large site in history to share with students, how do you prioritize what to share with students on visits?
That's also another really good question. So like we said earlier in our video, as the site evolves and it continuously to do so, it was maybe first introduced with one main narrative that it's a historical site. It's the birthplace of the kingdom. It's all where our national story started. So with that, the leading narrative or the leading story is the story of the first Saudi state. But as we continue to explore the site, it has so much more to tell. It's not just the leadership and the basically the history, but it's also the the environment, the physical site itself. So with that, we created the thematic tracks that we introduced earlier, which is, it looks into the history, the leaders, the figures, the stories that laid the foundation for our kingdom. And also we look into the physicality of it. So we look into the traditional mud brick buildings. How were they built? How are they preserved until today? What are we doing to keep that, to keep those structures still in place? And from there, we also delved into the environment. How did people live in the middle of the desert hundreds of years ago? Where did water come from? What were they farming, and so on? And we look into other things like archaeology, what our scientists discovering. So from that, we design it that we are diversifying the narrative, and we continue to do so that the visitors, the students, can see the site from different aspects. Mm-hmm. They have the intention to return and experience it from different lens every time and get a complete story for what it's like to be the birthplace of the kingdom.
Wow. Next question. How do you think Saudi audiences differ to Western audiences who have grown up visiting museums?
That's a good question as well. And I think maybe I will take this opportunity to clarify. Growing up in Saudi Arabia and attending public schools, we had visits to centers, for example, like science centers that existed around the country. But it's really the shift here is to heritage and a national shift from STEM to STEAM, which a lot of countries have seen in the world. So that experience itself into like visiting a site, it's not new to the students. It existed, but perhaps the focus now is into heritage. So what it means for Saudi students to visit a heritage site, it's very empowering because it shows that we own the narrative. We tell our story ourselves rather than it's being told for us on our behalf somewhere else. So I guess that's a difference between someone who is a Saudi national and someone who's coming to visit and see the site itself.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. Next question. How do you evaluate program quality when visitor expectations and educational benchmarks are still being defined?
That's a really good question as well. I'm loving these questions. So this was an iterative process. Like I said, the program was growing year after year, and it took a lot of feedback from the tour guides themselves. That was really the first source of input coming from the tour guides who interact on the ground with the visitors, because starting from a single narrative and then focusing into students allowed that opportunity to share this feedback as well. But then as the program was more structured and more refined, we started tuning in more to what the students experience, what the teachers experience. So we have our approach is looking into not just the attendance and not just how satisfied they are with the trip, but more into their engagement with the site, their learnings against what we decided as learning outcomes for every path and for every track, and also their enjoyment. So we capture that at the end of every visit from the teachers and the students. The students complete a very simple form that has, we insisted that it's a written form so that students feel free to express by drawing, by sharing how they think at different ages, and the teachers scan a code which has more questions into the whole structure of the trip and so on. So we get that information from both the teachers and the students. It's both quantitative and qualitative data. And we analyze it. We look into their overall satisfaction. We look into their input. We divide it into themes. What are the things that continue to show up? What are the things that they aspire to look for, and what they really enjoyed? Because this is something that we care about.
Yeah. Next question. Does the physical scale and openness of At-Tarif create challenges that enclosed museum spaces don't face?
That's a good question, and it does. So this is why, for example, our offering is until now it's limited to grades 4 to 12. The site itself, At-Tarif, it sits on a hill. It's a slope. So if you want to go up, then you have to. It's quite maybe challenging for certain age groups that maybe need more assistance to do that. But it's accessible. In general, it's meeting the standards. If, for example, a person with disability needs to access the site, it is accessible. However, for the large group sizes, we are working actively with our organization to see how we can fit it for the smaller age groups that, for example, we want them to visit the site. Maybe some parts of it are open for them now and later will be accessible later on. But around the Tarif, there are other assets that represent the historical Diriyah that are easily accessible, and we look actively into creating programming that fits those target groups as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting too, to think about the accessibility challenges of a space like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Especially during weather like it was raining yesterday. So it imposes another challenge because it would be a slippery slope. So we have to take a risk, make our students wait until it's a bit dry and then they can go outside.
I was just going to follow up with that. Okay, next question. What has surprised you most during the development of your education program?
Honestly, the response from everyone involved in it, whether it was internal or external. From internal, it showed that our different teams really responded to it because it wasn't just a program that fell onto programming or outreach, but it also included the different departments that are working on the site itself. They're doing their own projects, their own mandates, but they had great input in designing, in co-designing and co-delivering these parts. So this was really enhancing the opportunity. And also from the students themselves, how they found the site. Maybe they came in with a certain expectation of what it's like to visit a historical site, but coming in and finding relevance in something that they thought it's very far away from them, but we're trying through our programming and facilitation, bringing them and connecting them the past to the present. So that was nice to see in the students as well.
Yeah. Let's take our last question. How do you maintain program integrity as visitors' numbers scale and commercial pressures on the site increase?
That's a very good question. So we try in our designing that we align it as well because, it's a public site. There are other groups that are visiting. There are very special delegates that are coming. And our education program has to fit within all of that. So we work actively with our internal teams to dedicate a plan for the educational visits. What are the operating days? What are the operating hours? The maximum cap per track, per day, and so on. So it requires a lot of operational thinking into it and involving the teams who are, the stakeholders in this process.
Absolutely. Well, Reem, thank you so much for joining us today at Museum Next.
Thank you, Emily.
Our next session comes from the Netherlands, where LAM Museum has developed something that we don't often hear about in the sector, a viewing coach. Vera explains how LAM's viewing coaches facilitate conversations with students inspired by their contemporary art collection, building conversational skills, creative thinking, and confidence in young people's own perspectives. These are skills, as Vera argues, that are insufficiently fostered at school, but essential to developing social and adaptability intelligence. Vera will be here to take your questions after the film, so keep those great questions coming and enjoy the presentation.
Once upon a time, there was a group of blind people. They were asked to describe what was in front of them. It was an elephant, but obviously they couldn't see that. One touched the tail and described it like a thick rope. One touched the skin and said it was more like a thick wall. One touched the tusk of the elephant and argued it was more like a spear. The group of blind people started arguing with each other about who was correct. A sighted observer noted that they were all partially correct, and if only they had listened to each other and collaborated, they might have gotten a better understanding of what they were looking at.
This story exemplifies what we do here at LAM Museum.
It shows that everyone has their own unique perspective. But by combining perspectives, you see more together, getting closer to the whole picture. At LAM Museum, we employ viewing coaches, or kijkcoaches in Dutch. They are the observer in the story. They facilitate conversations that connect, complement, and cultivate different visitors' perspectives. My name is Vera, and I'm responsible for the education and audience engagement here at LAM Museum. And we believe every museum would benefit from having viewing coaches. Working with viewing coaches allows us to provide a really personal visitor experience. The viewing coaches facilitate conversations inspired by what interests the visitor. And surely everyone will find something that interests them in LAM Museum's contemporary art collection all about food, drinks, and consumption. Especially during school visits, the viewing coaches are able to really foster student engagement. The conversations the students have are ultimately led by them, but guided by the viewing coach.
Ik zie een liefheersbeestje daar. Ja, daar, een beetje linksboven daar. Ja, daar.
Oh, ik zie hier nu ook de scooter, denk ik.
Het staat op de wielen van de scooter.
Ja, dat denk ik.
One day a week, the museum is exclusively open for school classes. There are no other visitors in the museum so that the children have the viewing coach's undivided attention, allowing them to truly engage with the students. In order to make sure everyone gets heard and there's room for discussion, the class is divided into groups of 3 to 6 students. The groups rotate throughout the museum, passing through every room and having a conversation with each viewing coach. In these conversations, the viewing coaches provide a safe space for the children to share their perspective, as well as listen to each other's, thereby discovering more together. The viewing coaches use a variety of techniques and methods to facilitate those conversations. I will tell you more about those later, but let me demonstrate first. First, I will give you a few seconds to look at one of the artworks in the museum. What do you see? Now try to describe what you saw with 3 keywords. In the following clip, you will see a group of children in a conversation with a viewing coach. They will be discussing the same work as you just looked at.
Oké, nou meiden, ik wilde graag met jullie naar dit kunstwerk kijken. En ik ben super benieuwd wat jullie in het kunstwerk allemaal zien. Wie ziet er al iets als je naar dit kunstwerk kijkt? Ja, wat zie jij?
Ik vind het een beetje op een vogelsnavel lijken daar.
Ja, in het midden.
Ja.
Zo'n hele grote snavel.
Ja. Ik zie daar 3 glijbanen helemaal daar. Boven links.
Oeh.
Ik zie een beetje een omgekeerde tulp, zeg maar, daar.
Die naar beneden hangt, een soort.
Ja.
Een tulp.
Ja, zeg maar een soort meisje, maar dan op zijn kop.
Oeh, wat leuk.
Ja.
En andere dingen, dankjewel. Wat zie jij?
Ik zie in die vlek ook, zie ik een soort hondje.
In die rode vlek bedoel je?
Nee, die witte vlek daar links.
Ja, leuk.
Bij dat blaadje dat soort van een hoorntje is en daarnaast een ijsje.
Oeh, ja. Waar zie je het?
Ik zie het een beetje daar zo, in het midden.
Oh ja. En wat zag je ook in het midden?
Een poppetje.
Het poppetje. Ik ga even kijken, welke kleur is die? Want ik wil
Een
het
beetje
poppetje ook
rood.
zien. Een rood poppetje.
Daar zo.
Ja.
Ziet er wel een beetje raar uit, maar...
Een beetje een gek poppetje is het.
Ja.
Ja.
I'm sure you also discovered something new in this work. The children discovered more together precisely because they shared their own unique perspective and they listened to each other. At the same time, something much deeper is going on. Real engagement between the students. They are practicing perspective taking, cognitive flexibility, perspectival agility. They are building empathy. They learn to make space for each other's perspectives, even if they don't always fully understand it, allowing them to see the value in their own and each other's perspective. We developed exercises that the viewing coaches can use as conversation starters. They are trained to guide the conversation that follows. Throughout the school visits, the students learn that everyone sees the same thing in a different way. The conversations invite them to share their point of view with each other, thereby discovering more together. Without noticing it, the children are working on forms of intelligence that schools aren't able to prioritize, such as their emotional quotient, or EQ, and their adaptability quotient, or AQ. Key concepts within these forms of intelligence are empathy, cognitive flexibility, and perspectival agility. The viewing coaches create a safe space that help the children build interpersonal relationships and social skills by learning to engage with other perspectives as well as trying to find the words to describe their own. These skills are useful for a variety of subjects at school as well as in their daily lives and in their future careers. In describing their own perspective, they are working on their language skills. In exploring each other's perspectives, they learn how to look at a problem in a variety of ways. And in conversation with each other, they learn how to ask different questions. So how do the viewing coaches create such a safe space for engagement? It seems simple, but it requires a great deal of practice and nuance. Here are some of the methods and techniques the viewing coaches use. A viewing coach crucially doesn't take an authoritative position, unlike a teacher at school who is required to take on such a position. The children are experts on their own perspectives. There are no right or wrong answers in the museum. This can be a very difficult position to maintain, as the default in education is right or wrong answers. The children, and parents even more, also often find it difficult to accept the absence of a correct answer, but tend to let that go throughout the visit. The viewing coaches never assume any prior knowledge. What may seem obvious to one may not be obvious to someone else. They limit the use of phrases like of course, obviously, common sense, and as you may well know. In that same vein, there are no silly questions. Any question is taken seriously. The viewing coaches continually practice Socratic conversation skills, conversing without judgment and without assumptions. Receive, reflect, refine, restate, and repeat are the 5 steps of the Socratic method. And the key is to do that without judgment or assumptions. This may also mean refraining from words that imply a positive judgment, such as good job. The viewing coaches ask questions rather than give answers, answering, what do you think you are looking at, upon the common question, what am I looking at? They allow space for the students to provide something with their own meaning first, to use their own imagination and knowledge. They use a variety of questioning methods, such as the See, Think, Wonder method and the visual thinking strategy. The viewing coaches try to assess which questioning methods to use based on the needs and wants of the visitor. Viewing coaches use different ways of looking to provide them with a fresh perspective, zooming in and looking at details, zooming out and seeing relations between different works, looking slowly, looking upside down, seeing something through someone else's eyes. Viewing coaches can use tools that address different senses, such as smell, touch, taste, and hearing. Making an artwork a multisensorial experience can change your perception of it. These are some of the key practices of a viewing coach. The trick is to see when to use which tools, when to listen, when to ask a question, when to offer a different perspective. That is what makes a truly eye-opening conversation. Not only do they use those tools to guide the conversation, they also set an example of how to ask questions, how to create equal ground in a conversation, and how to converse without judgment. The children learn through practice and by example that everyone is allowed their own perspective. Also the artist, who's providing their interpretation of the world through their art. That is also a perspective in the conversation. Discussing these different point of views with one another, listening to one another, and showing them that it is valuable to listen to one another, that is what builds empathy, cognitive flexibility, and interpersonal skills. Shall we listen to a conversation with the viewing coach one more time? See if you can see what techniques they're using.
Nou, gaan we naar dit kunstwerk kijken. En dan ben ik heel benieuwd wat jullie daar allemaal in zien.
Spookjes.
Spookjes. Wat zie je nog meer?
Een plons.
Plons. Popcorn.
Yoghurt of zo.
Yoghurt. Ja.
Een soort van karamel.
Karamel. Ja. Andere dingen nog?
Iets van een knuffelbeer.
Knuffelbeer.
En de linker lijkt
die linkse. Dit lijkt een knuffelbeer?
Ik vind een soort van.
Ja.
Ik vind het ook een beetje op een skelet. Of een schedel zie.
Een skelet op een schedel?
Lijkt mayonaise.
Mayonaise.
Als je dat zo in die fles knijpt, hoor dat er zo uit.
Dat dit zo eruit gespoten is.
Maar dat hij dan een beetje verrot is, daarom allemaal van die bruine plekken te zitten.
Verrotte mayo.
Ja.
Dat hij zo een beetje aangekoekt is.
Ja.
Zou je het dan nog eten?
Nee. Nee.
En wat zien we nog meer?
2 ogen.
2 ogen. Waar zie jij de ogen?
Nee, 4. Daar en daar.
Ja.
Oh,
4. Oh ja, daar zag jij. Zag jij dus daar? Ja.
En ik zie bij de ene zie ik ook een klein hoedje.
Ja.
Ik zie bij de ene ook een
Alsof het
neus.
een hoedje is. Of is dit een hoedje?
Dat vond ik meer op een kaal hoofd lijken.
Oh, ja.
Maar bij de rechter heeft ook een neus.
Die heeft ook
een beetje op een olifant lijken.
Deze lijkt op een olifant. Hij heeft ook een slurf, of niet?
Ja.
Waar zie je zijn slurf?
Oh ja.
Oh ja. Dank. Zie ik toch weer nieuwe dingen. Vind ik altijd zo leuk. Dus ik weer elke keer
En ik
wat
vind
nieuws.
die andere ook een beetje lijken op een konijn. Met die ene de neus en dan de andere het oog.
Ja. Bedoel je dan hier de neus zo?
Ja. Oh ja.
En dan daar een oor?
Ja.
Ja.
En dan is het ene gewoon, weet ik veel, in de ander. Misschien heeft hij er maar een gat in zijn oor.
Oh ja, dat is wel een beetje zielig, of niet?
Ja, dat is
Een
wel een
gat in
beetje
zijn oor.
zielig.
Wat zou er gebeurd zijn? Waar zie je het gat in zijn oor?
Daar.
Ja. Ja,
Of dat er op werd gejaagd.
dat zou ook nog kunnen, ja.
Ja,
en
en
die
hier
daar
is
zo'n
een
soort
soort
van
van rivierachtig soort.
Ja,
Oh ja.
een soort een waterval of zo.
Ja, waterval.
En zie je dan ook, als die waterval zo hierheen gaat, zie ik daar, als hij door zou lopen, ook
ja.
ineens iets verschijnt.
Een
zie je?
eend.
Ja. Zie je het eentje?
Oh ja. Een riviertje.
Ja, zo is een hals en dan zo'n oogje.
Ja.
Bergen met grotten en een rivier.
Ja.
Het wordt een heel landschap, wordt het.
Ja.
Wauw. Wat voor kleuren zien jullie nog meer? Nou, ja. Wit.
Heel lichtbruin, een beetje oranje. Ik zie eigenlijk heel veel kleuren.
Beige. Ik zie dat karamelkleurige.
En als je nou dichterbij kijkt, zie je dan nog weer andere kleuren. Ik zie hier bijvoorbeeld ook een kleur die van
Een beetje paars.
van ver weg zou je die helemaal niet zien. Kom maar kijken. Ja, heeft hij ook
Ik
paars.
zie hier nog een beetje groen.
Een beetje groen. Ja.
En daar is ook een beetje groen.
Ja. Als het nou een landschap zou zijn, hoe zou het heten, dit landschap?
Mm.
De Krijtbergen.
De Krijtbergen.
Karamel popcorn.
Karamel Popcornberg.
Of de Fantasiebergen.
De Fantasiebergen. Wauw. Vind ik wel mooi, hè? Wat zou er gebeuren bij de Fantasiebergen?
Dat alles gaat bewegen.
Dat gaat bewegen.
Het ziet ook wel heel flexibel uit.
En als dit nou zou bewegen dan, hoe zou het bewegen?
Dat is een beetje zoals een...
Beetje zo?
Ja, zoals een slak.
Beetje als een slak. Heel lang. Het is niet een snelle beweging.
Nee.
Slaapmuts.
Oh, slapen. Hij gaat slapen ook gewoon echt. Oeh, dus de slak die gaat slapen.
Ja. Ik zie ook nog een lijntje en dan waar een hoedje op zit. En dan aan het einde van de hoed ook nog een knokkeltje.
En waar zie je dat knokkeltje?
Hier.
Oh, ja, alsof dat zo'n soort puntmuts is, bedoel je dan?
Net als de kerstman.
Ik heb ook het gevoel dat als je zo helemaal naar dit punt gaat trekken, dat alles zo naar beneden...
Dat hier alles zo, als een stop in het
als
water.
een put, zeg maar, ja, die dan alles zo... helemaal ja.
Ik zie het ook ineens.
Dus als er mensen in zitten, die worden dan allemaal naar die put toe.
Dan wordt dit een soort verdwijn. Daar worden de mensen heen
zwarte
getrokken.
Ja.
Het zwarte gat.
Ja, zo.
En niemand weet nog wat er is, want niemand is nog teruggekomen.
En waar zouden ze heen gaan?
Misschien naar een land waar het warmer is.
Wauw. Dat is wel mooi. Dus hier zou het koud zijn, denk je. En dan gaan ze naar het land waar het warmer is.
Of dat het misschien een melkpak is waar alles dan in een beker wordt gegoten. Of
Ja,
zo.
dat of zo de beker is en dat er dan erin wordt gegoten.
Hey, ik wil jullie super bedanken. We gaan door naar de volgende opdracht.
Which techniques did you notice in the conversation? Once again, the children discovered more together by sharing their perspective and listening to each other. More importantly, they really engaged with each other. They are practicing empathy, cognitive flexibility, and perspectival agility. On our own, we are blind, but together we can get a little closer to seeing the entire picture. Just like in the story I told you at the beginning, where initially the group argues with each other, not getting anywhere. The viewing coach is a sighted observer in the story. They connect, complement, and cultivate different perspectives so that we can see the whole elephant. And that is why every museum needs viewing coaches.
Such a powerful idea, and we're very excited to have Vera here to take all these questions, or as many as we can, that have been coming in through the chat. Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you and welcome.
Yeah, good to see you.
Let's get to our first question.
Yeah.
Incredible idea. How did you get leadership institutional buy-in to employ these viewing coaches?
Yeah, that's definitely a privilege for sure. It's always been a part of the concept when the museum was founded, which was about 7 years ago. It's an idea that our director, Sietske van Zanten, came up with because she felt that through conversation, people engage much more with the art. So those viewing coaches are not only available during the school visits, they're also there during our regular visits. And yeah, we are able to pay these viewing coaches because of support of a private foundation that allows us to do that, which is really a privilege.
And do all school visits have viewing coaches, or are there some school visits that are a completely different format?
No, these are the school visits that we do. We do a limited amount each year, and they always have viewing coaches there. Yeah, full attention.
Yeah. Next question. How do teachers respond when they observe a session where there are deliberately no right answers?
So normally I'm always able to have a personal conversation with each teacher when they come with their class because they don't need to lead the class in any way. So the class is divided in the groups, and then usually I let the teacher observe the visit a little bit, see how things are going, and then I have a little conversation with them. Oh, what do you think? And they tend to find it really inspiring and refreshing because it's not something they can always do in class. Of course, it's difficult to employ these techniques when you're doing a math class, for example, where 1 + 1 is 2. But at the same time, I do think it's helpful as a tool, even for these like regular school subjects, because even in math, there's different ways to solve a problem, and by having a dialogue about like, oh, I did it this way and I did it that way, you might discover something you didn't know before.
Yeah. Next question. How do you recruit and select viewing coaches?
Yeah. Oh, great question. It's a job, so it's like an application process, like any job. And then when we select viewing coaches, we look at what's the team that we have now. What do we need, obviously, for the schedule to fill the days, but also mostly in terms of age and background. It's really important to us that the team is diverse and that anyone can find someone that it clicks with them. So normally we do like a group conversation in the application process because we mostly want to see if people have a sort of natural talent for this cognitive flexibility and this perspectival agility, and if they are naturally empathetic and if they're asking the other people who are applying, are they asking questions, and what kind of questions are they asking? Are they listening to the other people? And I think that's how we get people who are naturally quite good at these skills.
Do they know they're being assessed on those qualities, or do they think they're there to demonstrate something else?
No, I think in a way they know. A lot of the times people who apply have visited the museum before and kind of know like, oh, okay, this is what a viewing coach does. So yeah, I'm assuming, and they also know that they're coming to a group conversation. So I think they should have some idea.
Yeah. Next question. How do you handle a student who dominates the conversation and prevents quieter children from sharing their perspective?
Yeah, that's quite difficult. It's an ongoing process, and it's something you need to continue to experiment with. But we evaluate with the viewing coaches after each visit. So we have a talk with everyone who's there, and myself included, and we kind of talk about like, okay, what went well, what could have gone better this time or next time, and I think in that they kind of share techniques of like, oh, I noticed this quieter kid and I specifically addressed a question to them, or they're really good also because we select them on their sort of natural empathy and sort of knowledge of human dynamics that they can see in their small groups. They're 3 to 6 students, so you can kind of oversee what's going on and navigate the dynamic.
How do you balance the natural tendencies of these viewing coaches with giving them some more formal training?
I think it's something that's really fun to play with. We do several training moments in the year where we focus on a questioning technique, or we focus on different types of looking, and then we let them play with that. And I think a large part of it is evaluating that together continuously. So by talking to each other, but we also have a logbook that we write in, and that we learn from each other, like, and also having a safe space, not only for the kids, but also for the viewing coaches to share what went well, but also what could have been better, so that they can really learn from each other and experiment with it.
That's lovely. Next question. How do you train viewing coaches to resist the deeply ingrained instinct to correct or validate student responses? So maybe if there's an example of one of those trainings that you could talk a little bit more about too.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite difficult. So one of the trainings we did last year was in the Socratic questioning method, and that really focuses on staying neutral and not having any assumptions, and trying to not validate like correct responses. And that went really well. It's really fun to practice with, and to continuously evaluate for yourself, like, the way I said that maybe steered the conversation in a particular way. So that was one of the trainings we did. But we do all sorts of trainings throughout the year.
Nice. Next question. This looks excellent. If you were to introduce viewing coaches again in a different museum, what would you do differently?
In a different museum, that's a difficult question, because I really like the way it is here, and I think it works really well with contemporary art, because there's a lot to see, and there is more room for interpretation there. But I definitely think it's possible to employ some of the things that a viewing coach does, and these sort of different questioning techniques, and constant evaluation with them, and it being really personal. I think that's definitely possible in any museum. I think what's important for that is a team that's really connected to each other and talks to each other, and exchanges, like, I asked this question, and it's in the tiniest things of, like, I used a different word, or I used a different intonation, or body language. I think in those really small things, any host can be a viewing coach in a way.
Yeah. Next question. The group from the example is very energized and engaged. How do you deal with students that are not that interested or have a hard time seeing something in the artwork?
That's a good question. I think usually it takes a while for them to warm up, but because we create a safe space in which we say, you can see anything and everything is okay, I think that helps, and we try to ask questions that engage them. So sometimes you just start with, what do you see? And if nothing comes up, you try to add maybe a little bit more imagination. Like, if a little figure was walking through the work, what would they be doing? Would they be sliding down something? Would they be eating something? Would they be chatting with one of the figures that they see? Just to spark a little bit more of the imagination. There's different ways of doing that, for sure.
And do you also prepare teachers and students before they get there? So you can't always, again, that might not move the needle so much with the group, but does it help set the expectation? Do you help set the expectation for students before they come, that this is really, co-led essentially by, you're having someone walk you around, but your questions, your insights are going to shape the whole thing?
Yeah, we have a preparatory video that we sent that the teachers watch with the class, that is all about engaging with your perspective. Everyone sees something differently, and all of that's okay, and we discover more together by sharing that. But I think still, even then, it's quite difficult, because it's so ingrained that, okay, this is how a museum visit looks, and there's a guide, and you listen, and this is what you do. So I think at the beginning we try to practice with the whole class, and I have a work at the beginning that I ask them, what do you see? And they kind of get a sense of, okay, I can share things, and that usually helps a lot in having them feel more freedom in that sense.
Yeah. Next question. How do you handle artwork that provokes strong negative reactions or distress in students?
So we have a very diverse art collection. So we have a lot of works that feel quite colorful and safe or warm and or neutral. But we definitely have some that are maybe a bit have a bit more friction in them, let's say. But again, we provide a space where that is also okay. We've definitely had students who've told us about sort of negative associations they had with the work, and by just kind of letting that, allowing that to be, and responding to that empathetically, but also like, oh, you can tell us more. Do you want to tell us more about that? And yeah, just allowing that to be really, really works. And there's also different works in a room. So if it doesn't work, if it's too much, we can move to a different work as well. That's no problem.
Sure. Next question. Do the coaches use the method of slow art? It looks very similar.
It's definitely one of them. If the group, for example, is a bit more energetic, and they're usually younger students tend to be, the viewing coaches will say like, okay, we're going to sit down over here and then take a little bit more time and sort of try to take the pace out of the group. So it's definitely one of the methods they use. But like I said in the video, they have all these tools, and it's up to them to see, okay, this is what this situation, this is what the group needs. So if they're not as engaged, they use different methods than when they're very energetic and sort of all over the place, then maybe slow art is a better one to use.
Sure. Next question.
Oh, there's so many questions.
So many. They're all coming in fast and furious. Do you think this would work equally well when the artwork is less abstract?
Yeah, definitely. For the video, I picked some works that definitely are more abstract and allow for more interpretation. But because the collection centers art that has something to do with food, we also have a lot of figurative work that's definitely not as abstract. And then we lean more towards, let's talk about personal anecdotes and associations, and could it be something else? What if you changed something in the work? Then we just move in a different questioning direction, I think, rather than the what do you see? Could it be something else?
Yeah. Well, let's take one more question. School groups in the Netherlands are usually made up of 25 to 30 students, which means you would need 8 to 10 viewing coaches. How do you deal with this staff-wise? And I love this. This is like a math word problem, so please answer accordingly.
Yeah, so the group sizes vary a bit more for us. So the smallest classes we get are, say, 18 students, because we also work with quite small local schools and special ed schools. But yeah, the biggest classes we get are 28 to 30 students. And we always divide them into 5 groups, because we have 5 viewing coaches available during each school visit. So then the largest groups are six students. But yeah, there's always 5 viewing coaches available. Yeah, and that's a privilege that's possible for them to be there.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Vera, for being here. We're taking all these questions and sharing all this work about the viewing coaches.
Yeah, thank you and for this opportunity, and thank you for all the questions. Really great.
Cheers. Our final session before the break takes us to Croatia. Eva Volovic from the Maritime and History Museum of the Croatian Littoral shares the Miracle Room, an experimental learning space designed to connect museums and schools through hands-on, curriculum-linked experiences. From co-created workshops to school partnerships built around curiosity and critical thinking, this is a session full of practical lessons from a museum doing genuinely creative work. Unfortunately, Eva cannot be here for questions, so we will share her contact information in the chat so you can get in touch with her if you do have questions. Enjoy the presentation.
Hello everyone from sunny Rijeka here in Croatia. My name is Eva Volovic and I'm a museum educator at the Maritime and History Museum of Croatian Littoral, Rijeka. Today I will tell you a short story about our educational program called The Miracle Room. Hope you will enjoy.
Our museum is located in the former Governor's Palace, a 19th century building that originally served as a residential and ceremonial space for Hungarian governors. Today, it houses diverse collections: archaeological, ethnographical, cultural, historical, and maritime, which together tell the story of this region from the prehistory to the present. However, what is equally important is that the museum is not only a place where heritage is preserved, but also a place where learning happens. Educational activities in our museum date back to the 1960s, and a museum educator has been employed since 1985. This continuity reflects a long-standing awareness that working with children and schools is not an additional activity, but a fundamental part of museum practice. As we all, I'm sure, know, over time the understanding of learning has really changed a lot. Today, learning is not seen as a simple transmission of knowledge, but as a process that involves experience, active participation, and interpretation. In that sense, we try to make our museum a space where knowledge is constructed through interaction with our artifacts, objects, with space, and also with other people. It is within this framework that our educational program, The Miracle Room, was created. The idea of Miracle Room began in 2012 as part of a broader initiative called Park of Knowledge and Dreams regarding the revitalization of Museums Park. The idea behind this project was to create a space where visitors could explore history, nature, and local identity in a more informal and engaging way. Within that concept, a small garden pavilion was selected as a central place for presenting educational content. This pavilion, originally intended for leisure and informal gatherings, was transformed into a space designed specifically for children. It is relatively small, around 30 square meters, and because of that, required careful planning in order to combine a permanent display, space for workshop activities, and storage units within a single room. The permanent display includes objects from the museum's collection of toys and games, but these objects are not presented in a traditional exhibition format. Instead, they are integrated into the workshop environment. The interior itself was designed to support activity. Furniture is adaptable, surfaces are interactive, and the entire space encourages movement, exploration, and communication. The Miracle Room officially opened in 2013, and educational programs started the other year in 2014. Very quickly, it became clear that the concept went beyond the physical space itself. The Miracle Room became the name of the museum's entire educational program. From the beginning, the program was based on contemporary educational approaches. The main ones were discovery learning and constructivism. These approaches are based on the idea that learners actively build their own understanding by connecting something that they already know, old informations, and their prior knowledge with new experiences and new informations. In a museum context, that means that objects, our artifacts, are not presented as final answers, but they are here as a starting point for new discussions, for new questions, and for creating new stories. Each workshop is therefore carefully designed, but not rigid. It combines several elements: guided dialogue, practical work, individual and group activities, and often some form of presentation. The role of an educator, who can sometimes become even a Roman soldier, is to guide the process, primarily through questions. Instead of explaining everything, we encourage students to observe, compare, interpret, and in the end, draw their own conclusions. Activities often include role-playing, simulation, or hands-on work. For example, children may reconstruct objects like real archaeologists, interpret symbols, or explore everyday life in the past through storytelling. An important aspect is that learning is not only cognitive, but also emotional and social. Children work together, communicate, test ideas, and reflect on their experiences. The goal of each workshop is not only to transfer knowledge, but to create a positive experience, deepen understanding, and encourage further curiosity.
Collaboration with schools is at the core of the Miracle Room. From its first days, we tried to offer something different for schools and other educational facilities. We tried not to offer just occasional visits and educational programs, but we wanted to make stable and continuous connections with teachers and other educators. A typical school visit here in our museum and the Miracle Room is structured in two interconnected parts.
The first part is a guided tour adapted to the age of the students. This is not a traditional lecture. Instead, we try to base it on dialogue. Students are encouraged to observe objects, describe what they see, compare different elements, and offer their own interpretations. This approach allows them to actively engage with the exhibition rather than just passively receive information. The second part, favorite one, is a workshop that builds on the experience of the exhibition. Through discussion, creative work, or problem-solving tasks, students process what they have seen and connect it to broader concepts. This combination of observation and activity enables deeper understanding and helps students retain knowledge more effectively. A key element of this collaboration is the connection of our educational programs with the school curricula. Workshops are planned and designed in a way that allows teachers to integrate them in the official school curriculum and also in their own teaching plans. For example, certain workshops support topics such as professions, cultural institutions, local identity, or historical processes. Teachers often choose programs based on what students are currently learning at school. One particularly important example is the program called My Rijeka, which focuses on local heritage and is implemented in some primary schools. In cooperation with teachers, lessons are organized in the museum in a way that complements classroom teaching. In this context, the museum becomes an extension of the classroom, offering that way students the opportunity to experience their local environment directly, rather than learning about it only through textbooks. In order to better understand the impact of these programs, an evaluation was conducted in cooperation with the Faculty of Teacher Education. The research included multiple perspectives, one of students, teachers, workshop leaders, and parents, all in order to gain a comprehensive understanding of the experience. The results showed that students reported high levels of motivation and enjoyment and expressed a strong interest in participating again. Teachers highlighted that students were actively engaged, that activities were well balanced and dynamic, and that students successfully acquired new knowledge. These results confirm that combining guided interpretation with active participation creates meaningful and effective learning experiences. As the program developed, it gradually expanded into several connected parts. One segment remained focused on formal education and includes workshops, guided visits, and curricula-based activities for schools and other educational facilities. Another segment developed through extracurricular programs. For example, the drama group called Dramci from the Governor's Palace allows our little participants to explore heritage through theater. Children create and perform original plays based on museum themes, which enables them to interpret historical content through narrative and performance. At the same time, the Little Museum Atelier offers a visual arts program in which children respond to museum objects through their own artistic work. Their creations are sometimes presented in exhibitions or used in stage design for performances of drama group. These extracurricular programs also include programs such as Morning at the Museum, Holidays at the Museum, and themed birthday workshops. These activities are more informal, but they still follow the same educational principles, providing children with opportunities to engage with heritage in a relaxed and creative environment. At a certain point, something dramatic happened. The museum faced a significant change. The building of the Governor's Palace was closed for renovation, which meant that access to the main exhibition space was no longer possible. This situation required a shift in perspective. Instead of focusing on how to bring visitors into the museum, we began to think about how to bring the museum to them. This shift opened new possibilities, but also required adaptation in terms of content, logistics, and partnerships.
As a response to this situation, the program called The Miracle Room on the Move took on a central role. Although it had already existed before, it now became the main framework for the museum's educational activities. Workshops were adapted so they could be implemented outside of the museum, in schools, smaller communities, and other institutions, as well as within various public events and programs. At the same time, collaboration with partner institutions became even more important. This is the moment we shoulder our backpacks and set off on a journey, one that promises plenty of enjoyment and laugh, along with the inevitable task of carrying a few heavy boxes along the way.
We are now on the island of Krk, in a town called Malinska, where the BOG, Maritime Heritage Interpretational Center, is located. There are two main reasons that we decided to further our collaboration with the center. Main one is the dislocated archaeological collection of Citskini, whose artifacts were excavated at a site near the town. This connection allows us to create programs that are closely linked to our museum, even outside of the museum building itself. There is also the second one, and it refers to the fact that the BOG focuses on maritime and local heritage, which naturally connects with the main themes of our museum. Here we organize the Miracle Room on the Move workshops, bringing museum content directly to the island. This is especially important for us and for schools from the island of Krk, as that allows them to participate in museum education more easily and also more regularly. After a short drive, we came to our second beloved partner's location. We are now in front of the castle in the old town of Grobnik. This location, same as the one at the island of Krk, is connected to our museum through a dislocated archaeological collection. Here, we implemented the Miracle Room on the Move program, also the FairyTech program. Workshops held here explore local history, everyday life in past, and their interpretation of objects and stories within their original context. They are developed in collaboration with schools, with particular attention to those schools that have limited access to the museum. In this way, educational activities are continuously implemented in different locations, in partner institutions, in school and kindergartens, and within various public programs, ensuring that way the museum remains accessible even without its central building. So, in this context, I would like to come back to the FairyTech program, which I mentioned seconds earlier when we were at Grobnik. Even though it became more visible during the time that museum is closed, it actually started a lot earlier, as a part of the ongoing development of new educational approaches and programs. This continuity was really important because it allowed us not only to keep the program going, but also to develop and adapt it further in new conditions. The FairyTech is planned as educational and exhibitional project that connects local heritage to well-known fairy tales. We use familiar stories as starting point to explore more complex cultural and historical themes.
Each location is connected to a specific story, and that story is then linked to local traditions, everyday life, and objects from the area. The exhibition itself is very minimal. There are only a few carefully selected objects. And that's intentional, because it encourages visitors, especially the little ones, to slow down, observe more closely, and really interpret what they see, instead of just passively looking. The stories are often told in the first person, which makes the experience feel more direct and engaging. The program is developed in collaboration with schools, including those from more remote areas of the Primorje Gorski Kotar County, especially the Gorski Kotar area. For many of these schools, participation in museum programs would otherwise be quite limited. I would like to emphasize my personal favorite part of this project, and it is the fact that working in different local contexts really changes your perspective as an educator. The themes we explore are closely connected to the heritage of the communities we work with, so the learning process is not only one way, it becomes a kind of an exchange. And finally, in addition to the exhibition, FairyTech also includes workshops and other activities that extend the experience beyond the visit. Children are encouraged to keep exploring the topics at home, often talking about them with their families. In this way, learning becomes intergenerational, and heritage becomes something that is actively experienced and shared. It shows that even in changing circumstances, we can create educational experiences that are engaging, relevant, and lasting. And ultimately, a museum is not just a place where knowledge is preserved. It is a place where knowledge is created.
And with all of that, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm sending you greetings in my name, in name of all of my colleagues from the museum, from Rijeka.
Really brilliant work. And as I mentioned before the presentation, Eva is not able to join for Q&A, but we have shared her email in the chat so you can reach out to her on your own time. We'll now take a short break through the top of the hour, and then we'll be right back here for more excellent presentations exploring museum schools here at Museum Next. Welcome back. I'm your host, Emily Kotecki, and this is the second half of day 2 of the Museums and Schools Summit. Our first session after the break is perhaps one of the most thought-provoking, and it comes from a teacher rather than a museum educator. Akila Fayez from Archbishop Blanche School in Liverpool asks us to confront a few fundamental questions. Whose knowledge is valued in science education? Who controls the narrative? And which voices have been silenced? This is a session with real implications for how museums approach their collections, their school programs, and the stories they choose to tell. Akila will be here to take your questions after the film, so as always, keep those questions coming in the chat. We'll get through as many as we can and enjoy the presentation.
Hello, my name is Akila Fayez and I'm the Teacher Fellow for Art Fund based at the World Museum, where I work closely with the Natural History Claw Collection. As a British Asian educator, I've often found myself asking a simple question: where are our stories in science? Whose knowledge is remembered and whose is left out? The Art Fund Teacher Fellowship, launched in partnership with the Claude Duffield Foundation, creates space for teachers to work within museums to develop resources, build engagement and enrich curriculum learning. The award was granted to National Museums Liverpool for 2025 to 2026, and my project focuses on bridging the gap between secondary schools and museums through the science curriculum. Personal. It's about opening up spaces that didn't always feel like they were made for us and beginning to change that. This project has brought together teachers and museum staff to reflect on how colonial histories have shaped scientific narratives and how we can begin to amplify voices that have long been overlooked. Part of this has been working with teachers through CPD sessions, supporting them to approach decolonisation with confidence and to recognise the gaps that exist within the science curriculum.
CPDs at the museum helped my teaching practice and understanding so far. I really do feel like it has changed me completely as a teacher, because I am predominantly a biology teacher. So obviously that plays a lot into inheritance and parts of the AQA spec that we teach. And it's really deepened my understanding and made me actually question most of what I've been teaching for nearly over 10 years and how I approach that now, and the language, specifically the language I'm using with my students.
My name is Nicola and I work in Archbishop Blanche, and I've been working with Akila on looking through the curriculum through a lens of decolonisation. So there's 2 areas I've really been working on. I've tried to build this in with some Year 9 work we've been doing on atomic structure. And actually it was the pupils who spotted we were all white, it was all white European. So as a class we decided to take that a little bit further. So I then set them a challenge to do some research on alternative stories within science, but based on a decolonisation sort of route. However, what I've learned from it was, without me providing the correct questions or guidance, I think actually we ended up doing more diversifying the curriculum rather than decolonising. So that's something I've learned very much from that work I've done with Year 9.
Within the museum, I've worked across departments to embed this thinking into collections and learning, collaborating with colleagues like Bethany Farry, learning producer for primary and secondary schools.
Hello, my name is Bethany Ferry and I'm a learning producer for primary and secondary schools at National Museums Liverpool. So when it has came to the activity we are doing around decolonising the curriculum, specifically the science curriculum, one of our sites is actually Archbishop Blanche High School, which is our partnership school for this project. I have absolutely loved having the opportunity to go into the school directly, to teach, to soak up the atmosphere, and to experience all the trials and tribulations of a school.
And Olivia Beavers, Assistant Curator for Vertebrate Zoology, who has been instrumental in re-examining natural history specimens through a decolonising lens.
Hi, I'm Olivia. I'm the Assistant Curator of Vertebrate Zoology at World Museum Liverpool, and I've been quite involved in the decolonisation side of the specimens. We try to, well, in zoology, decolonisation to us is about trying to find the real collectors or give credit to people who haven't been included in their like scientific work in the past, and how they were possibly pioneers for research in biodiversity. For example, I've done some research into William Thomas March, who was a Jamaican naturalist, and he was quite well known at his time. He collected over 1,400 specimens, which he sent to Kew Gardens and Charles Darwin and many other people. And he was kind of a pioneer for biodiversity in the Caribbean at the time. And his specimens that are found all around the world today are still used in ecological surveys and other projects around the world where they're trying to investigate how species have migrated over time. And there are other examples as well, like Samuel Campbell, who was another Jamaican collector. He worked for an English naturalist, but only the English naturalist name was on the labels of the specimens, and Campbell's name wasn't, even though he did most of the work of collecting specimens. So those are two examples of how we worked in the collection to reveal these stories, and now they are on the gallery as well, which is great for the public to see. I've also been involved in the Teacher Fellowship Project with Akila Fayaz and Bethany Farry as well, and we've been looking in the zoology department to try and find case studies for Akila's school, and work towards decolonising the curriculum.
Beyond the museum, we're building partnerships with the wider community. Scientific illustrator Solomon Mystery has created artwork of selected collection objects used in lessons, helping students form visual connections with museum artefacts.
My name is Solomon Mystery. This project feels important to me because it is about changing the way we look at objects we think we already understand. A telescope, a tusk, a piece of platinum. They're all scientifically familiar, but histories behind them are often layered and not visible. As an illustrator, I'm interested in how visual language can slow people down. Drawing objects means really looking at them, its materials, its scale, its detail, but also its context. Decolonising the curriculum isn't about removing science, it's about expanding. It's about recognising the global and interconnected histories behind what is taught and how we can expand on that. If these illustrations help students ask better questions about where knowledge comes from and whose voices are centred in science, then that feels genuinely meaningful.
Together, this work has moved beyond conversation and into classrooms. We've developed the Beyond Borders Year 8 booklet, exploring scientific artefacts within their cultural and historical art contexts, encouraging students to think critically about what they're learning and why.
My name is Yanni.
Hi, my name's Evie. Hi, my name's Imogen and we're all in Year 8.
Did you enjoy our Edmund Albius lesson?
I enjoyed it because it helped us learn how when people are young and they don't have as big opportunities as others, they can easily be taken advantage of and their credit can be stolen. What made our Edmund Albius lesson different to your normal lessons?
I thought it was different because it showed us real life issues instead of just giving us information, and we learned about how history can easily be rewritten to favour one group, like Edmund Albius was not given credit for his discovery.
Do you think our lessons will make you more excited to go to the museum?
Yeah, because we already have like a deep understanding and it'll like progress as we go and like see the things in the museum.
With Year 12, we for a few years we've done an academic poster competition, which is in line with what undergraduates etc. do. But this year we've decided to actually add an extra element on that academic poster competition, and we've asked pupils to try and look at an area that they are interested in within science, but again through a decolonised lens.
What I have been especially blown away by is the students themselves, their willingness to learn and their global and cultural awareness, and the way they come across so eloquently and they speak with such grace and such understanding about some really difficult and tricky topics.
Hi, I'm Sabah. I'm in Year 12 and I chose the topic Tobacco, Nicotine and Addiction, from Indigenous Knowledge to Exploitation. I chose this topic because it links biology, chemistry and decolonization.
My name's Anna Hunt and I'm a Year 12 student, and my academic poster title is How Biology Was Used to Classify Humans During the Colonial Period. And I think this is a really interesting title to pick because I've explored how science, which we often think will be objective and neutral, has historically been shaped by a lot of social and political power. And I know that a lot of 19th century naturalists, such as Carl Linnaeus, classified humans into discrete racial groups based on physical traits, geography and culture, and made a lot of assumptions about their behaviour and intelligence. And even later on, a lot of scientific practices have claimed to measure differences between groups and use that as a scientific justification of exclusion and slavery. But I know from my research that modern population genetics have showed that classification is more gradual and overlapping rather than divided into discrete groups. So I wanted to explore how concepts of classification have recently become a lot less biased and a lot more fair.
My name is Emma Woods and I'm a Year 12 student. My topic of interest was how chemical warfare was used by imperialist powers to suppress colonies. It's an interesting topic because it exposes how science can be used to harm and control colonies and to instill fear into civilians. For example, the Rif War was when Spain used mustard gas to suppress the opposition in Morocco towards their unjustly rule. I wanted to explore how international law was forgotten under chemical warfare and the law of power.
My name is Talal and I am a student in Year 12. My topic is about the history of the tides and the moon. I chose this topic because knowledge about the moon and the tides did not begin with modern Western science. Scholars and navigators in the Arabic Islamic world had already studied lunar motion, calendars, and tidal patterns centuries before Newton explained them using gravity.
My name is Ben. I'm also a Year 12 student. My topic is the theory of dark energy and the expansion of the universe. The reason I chose my topic is because the scientists who originated this theory, and on a more broad spectrum, the expansion of the universe, has not been yet mentioned in the A-level curriculum.
Hi, I'm Liv and I'm in Year 12. I chose the title The Chemistry of Colours because when you research a topic, you understand that it isn't all about science and it actually links to people, culture and history.
Hi, I'm Karis and I'm in Year 12, and I chose my poster Build Decolonisation of the Cure of Malaria because I thought it'd be interesting to learn about, and my friends have also had malaria twice. It's been really interesting to learn about because it links together areas of history from previous GCSE knowledge.
Because ultimately, this work isn't just about inclusion, it's about belonging, believing and becoming. It's about creating meaningful connections between schools and the World Museum and ensuring that young people can see themselves, their histories, their knowledge and their futures reflected within those spaces. Through that sense of belonging, young people begin to believe in their place within science, and through that belief, they begin the process of becoming confident, becoming curious, and empowered to shape the future of science in their own way. And in doing so, we're not just changing how science is taught, we're changing who feels that science belongs to.
It was really great to hear so many voices that have been a part of that project, and also completely delighted to have Akila here to take the questions that have been coming into the chat.
Hello. Hi there.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Emily.
Yes, you too. I know there's been a lot coming into the chat, so let's just jump right in. Let's go to our first one. How do you ensure this work goes beyond a single school partnership and reaches teachers with no museum connections?
So, well, I'm based from, I was on the secondment to do this teacher fellowship, but my previous role within the school was diversity and inclusion coordinator. So I built quite a wide network connection in terms of schools, and also participated in a lot of anti-racist strategy. So we had a lot of schools on board. So when I came out of that position and into the museum, we kind of connected with those schools who we knew that were already having that training. So that is, although we couldn't establish it immediately in this 1 year, we wanted this to be kind of a pilot for other schools. So last night we had our poster presentation, and a lot of the schools saw what was in essence a lot of like the theory behind it and the work that we've been doing really into practice, because the students actually brought their posters. They were introduced they came with their families, and we celebrated their posters in the museum. So a lot of those teachers came into that space and they could see for real what it actually looked like in the flesh.
Yeah, that's excellent. Next question. Do you find that teachers are quite willing to participate in this, or did you receive pushback from the schools?
I think I've received quite a bit of pushback from my own school, let alone other schools. Yeah, I think what it is, science here in Britain obviously is like a core subject. So within the curriculum, it's quite difficult to sometimes convince teachers to take this on board. And well, not necessarily to take it on board. I think they're very enthusiastic, but it's just the time constraints and curriculum constraints. So that was a problematic. But this particular project, Decolonizing the Science Curriculum, I kind of aligned it with my school's priorities. So every year our school has different priorities. Like most schools have different priorities depending on their cohort, depending on what the context of what's happening that particular year. So my school's targets were this year, or priorities were stretch and challenge, oracy, and digital excellence. So I kind of align them with that, and then did a CPD program with that.
Delightful. Next question. How has working in the museum changed your perspective as a teacher?
Hugely. So I think I really enjoy working as a teacher. But I knew when I was doing my diversity and inclusion coordinator, it was more of the community and the engagement with families outside of the school context. So working within the museum has made that even more heightened. And I really enjoy the collaboration between science and history, because when we are in school, we tend to see subjects as quite discrete, or we don't, well, in secondary schools, we aspire to cross-curricular links. However, sometimes it never materializes, like I mentioned before, in terms of constraints in the curriculum. So yeah, we might have like maths and science, they naturally go together, but when we have like history and science, then they tend to there's just not enough time for that.
Sure. Were teachers we talked in the previous question about the idea of teachers being maybe resistant to this idea of decolonizing the science curriculum, but how do they feel about working with museums? What was kind of the same question, but if you think about the colleagues that you were working with, how did they feel about working with museums?
I think they were really, really excited for me, and they were really excited to work with the museum, because where my school was located, it's probably only about 1.5 miles away. But the issue is getting time out of the school. So we did continuing professional development with the actual teachers initially for 3. So there was a whole program, so 1 per half term. So initially we asked the school teachers to come, my science department to come out to the museum, because I think sometimes when you're in the school space, you don't think as creatively. So when they stepped into the museum, suddenly, everything was all firing in their brain, and they could see so many connections. But because yet again of time constraints, and also the amount of hours that they're supposed to be doing, it just became difficult. So then we ended up going into the actual school spaces and delivering our CPDs to them. But yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity. I think the teachers are really, really willing to do that, but unfortunately, it's just yet again time.
Yeah, always. Next question. What will happen to the project when your fellowship ends?
So within the actual institution, the World Museum, I have been working on this, a couple of projects really, but one of them is bringing the curators to and amplifying a lot of the voices that are within the museum. So that being the curators, and already that work is actually happening. It just hasn't been amplified. It's never been to the forefront. Maybe it goes to the actual university students, maybe it goes to the public, but not as much as it should be. So that work goes on, and so I'm trying to bring them in to do online sessions amongst ourselves, so that they become confident enough so that we can speak to secondary schools, because obviously the language changes, the needs of the curriculum change. It doesn't change necessarily, but the way that we access it changes. So I'm trying to shift the culture within the actual museum, whereby it can be cascaded to other colleagues, so they'll carry this project forward. So one of the ones is this decolonisation of scientific academic process, so that will carry on till next year, and hopefully some of the lessons that we've taught will also carry on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Next question. What kind of training do you provide teachers, and how is this delivered? So you touched on this a little bit, but maybe you could give a more specific example of either when they came to the museum or you went into the schools.
Okay, so the first thing was really just sort of like talking on the CPD. The first CPD was looking at what museums actually did and what collections they collected and how they operated, and especially in Liverpool with such a strong connection to empire and race as well. So we really wanted to sort of like take it back a little bit, and we asked the curators to come and speak to them. We've also taken them back, into the basement where a lot of the specimens and collections are. So that was our first one. The second one was looking at the language around decolonisation. So they had initial training on racial literacy, but again, that needs to be refreshed, that needs to be used in parallel to the students, because one thing in theory and one thing in reality, two different things completely. And we wanted them to make sure that they understand the different types of language in terms of decolonisation, anti-colonialism, etc., all of the words that are surrounded that, and we wanted them to be confident. I think the third one, we looked at modelling lessons. So we took collections from the museum and really connect them to parts of their curriculum, whether that be biology, chemistry, or physics.
Very in depth. Next question. Is National Museums Liverpool doing other work to decolonize the collection itself?
Yes, it's doing a lot of work. So obviously we have the World Museum on their collections, from global history. We've got also the natural history collections as well. The curators are working on them. But like I mentioned before, it's just a matter of imparting that knowledge to other people and to the wider public, whether that be the community, or whether that be school children, like secondary school children or primary school children. So I know that currently where they're doing the ancient Egyptian decolonisation for the primary schools, because that's their main target. So that's ready to be going into that's ready to go for September, and that's had a lot of work done. Also, we've got the International Slavery Museum that's going to be reopened, so there's a lot of work in terms of from decolonisation and from an anti-racism strategy as well.
And it was only a 1-year fellowship.
Yeah, I know.
It seems like it uncovered this huge, not Pandora's box in a negative way, but it seems like it was only 1 year and you've already kind of started a lot of processes.
Yeah. It's just at the tip of the iceberg, I know. So it's crazy. I really would love to carry on, and I'm sure this work will carry on. And I think that's the strategy and the vision to keep it carrying and making sure that this work gets cascaded and getting the right people to have the right leverage in order for this to continue.
Excellent. Let's go to our next question. What surprised you about this project?
Oh, wow. So many things. The word decolonization and actually coming from a place where actually we're so colonized in so many ways, just my education and just, coming from a South Asian background, having my parents pass me information, but kind of dismissing it or putting it on the shelf, but actually then coming through with that wet knowledge, compared to that dry knowledge of like everything in textbooks and that being validated, and the knowledge that my parents or my grandparents used to say, that was so important. There is a lot of reading, a lot of history, and like you said, in a year this is quite dense to be honest with you. So that was a lot, but actually I think what's really, really lovely and is a sense of the work is already happening and it already exists. It's just a matter of getting it out there and making it accessible to as many people and as it should be. And actually knowing the difference between diversification and decolonization. And I think when you come from a decolonization, it really is so much more rooted in social justice, whereas diversifying is just really scratching at the surface.
That's interesting. Let's take one more. How do you measure whether students' thinking has genuinely shifted, not just their awareness?
I would love to know this myself. I think we, in order to do the actual, if we take the year 12 students who are 16 to 17, and the second, the first year of their A levels, when we brought this project to them, they came from not knowing so much, or maybe they did a little bit. They heard the words because of the work that has been done around Black Lives Matter in terms of the momentum that was changing in the UK, all the way around the world, to be honest with you, 4 years ago. But I think those students were quite young, but they'd heard the words, but they weren't really necessarily, it wasn't really embedded in their thinking. I think because we actually facilitated that journey with 3 talks from curators who were young, who could actually, they sort of like sense they saw themselves in them. And then we gave them these project titles. They went away with it for a month, and then they basically presented these posters. They stood by their posters, and what we could see that they had shifted because they were so confident in the way that they spoke about them, and also their research really sort of like shifted the way that they thought about the actual science, and that was given in their feedback, because they really enjoyed that collaboration between the science and the history, because they enjoy both subjects. But obviously when you come to A levels, you might be doing 3 subjects because it's quite a lot. So the fact that they were really positive on their feedback, the fact that they brought their parents into the museum spaces to celebrate their posters, has really, I think it's had an effect, and I hope that it's planted the seed for a lot of future collaborations with schools.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here and sharing what you're doing.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions. Thank you.
Cheers. For something a little different and perhaps a little delicious, our next session comes from France. Claire Gerard-Stewart and Quentin Arnay from the Musée Départemental de Val d'Oise will share how, for 7 years, they have been organizing historic meals for school students, menus written and cooked by the local authority, turning the school lunch into a genuinely immersive learning experience. Claire and Quentin will be here to take your questions after the film, so keep those questions coming and enjoy the presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Quentin, the museum guide in charge of public with specific needs, and this is Claire, the museum director.
Hello.
Welcome to the Archaeological Museum of the Valdoise, a museum 45 kilometers northwest of Paris, where you can discover archaeological finds that were made in the Valdoise.
So, the Valdoise area is a part of France that you might be familiar with, as anyone who's flown into Paris, into Charles de Gaulle Airport, has been in Valdoise. As a consequence, this is quite an urban part of France. We've got a population of about 1.2 million people, even though 2/3 of the total surface of Valdoise is rural. Our museum, the Archaeological Museum, is located in one such rural area, in the village of Guiry-en-Vexin.
Our collection comes from 83 million years ago with stones that were formed in the Lutétian Sea to 1937 with the discovery of Soviet statue in Bailly en France. Most of our collection come from the Neolithic era, the Gallo-Roman period, and the early Middle Age. In the museum, we always try to find new and interesting ways to promote our collection and our films to a larger public. Today we want to present you a project that started 6 years ago in Southeast France, the Archaeomills. So Claire, what is the Archaeomills?
Are a project we implement twice a year. What we do is twice a year we go into every public high school in the Valdoise area and we present them with a historic meal, an archaeological meal. We do this once in the spring trimester, where the meal is inspired by the Middle Ages, and we do this once in the autumn trimester, where the meal is Gallo-Roman, so inspired by the Roman period. You might need to know a little bit more about how school meals work in France. Here, children are not allowed to bring their own lunch at school. Either they go home and eat there, or they eat the meal that's provided. The menu is always very strictly regimented, and it follows the traditional way French people eat. So with a start course, a main course, a dairy course, a dessert, and of course a slice of fresh baguette. These meals are created by the chefs who work for the Valdoise local authority, as well as the school-wide nutritionist. What we do to work with them is we team up with these chefs and with this nutritionist to come up with a new meal, with a historically inspired meal. We send them example menus or example recipes from some of the many historic recipe books that we have at our disposal. We have this one, for example, with interesting Roman recipes such as eggs with pine nuts or pear omelette. What happens next is that the chefs and the nutritionists come up with different menu ideas which they send to us for us to review. We will then compare the list of ingredients that they suggest using with what we know from historic and especially archaeological documentation. There's usually a few back and forths before we actually agree on what the menu is going to be. As quite often the chefs might be a little bit more timorous than what we would prefer by avoiding garum, the Roman fish sauce, or by being keen to maybe make sure they don't use any ingredients that are too expensive. At the same time, we are well aware that these recipes use ingredients that we commonly use. What needs to be kept in mind is that we try and avoid specific ingredients such as carrots or tomatoes or chocolate that people in the Middle Ages, or especially in the Roman times, certainly did not have access to. For instance, in one of the most recent meals, one of the dishes on offer was a mixture of sort of stir-fried pork with dried fruit. Of course, we're aware that some pupils have specific dietary requirements or restrictions, and as such, we make sure there are always at least two main dishes to choose from, usually one dish containing meat and one that is vegetarian or contains fish. The dessert, the starter, the dairy course can also offer several variations. In order to prepare the students for these meals and to allow them to get the most out of them, we also have created a couple of virtual exhibitions. One about food and meals in the Middle Ages, and another about the Roman times. In these virtual exhibitions, students and their teachers have access to information, activities, and quizzes to see what they've learned. These can be used by the teacher in class or by the students individually before or after the meals. But we're also keen to offer the students some hands-on experiences, and Quentin is going to tell you a little bit more about that.
Every Archaeomill we dispatch 6 teams of 2 colleagues. Each team will go to a different school cafeteria. Each team have the equipment to make an interesting display, and they have books, they have documentation, they have objects to touch, costume to wear, and things to smell. On each table we propose one activity. Those activities depends on the period of the meal. Those activities can be recreate a mosaic, a ceramics, smell spices, organize a basket, or to make a treat to be consumed. We know that these activities are very popular around children because they are happy to see us back again every year in their school. Those activities also are very short. We talk about 2 to 5 minutes activity that can be done as an individual or as a group, which is very important for secondary school. If the group is too important, we can divide it in 2 groups. One will speak with us and the other will do the activity. It's also very interesting for them because there is no pressure to participate. Every meal we interact with around 100 to 150 children. During those interactions we have a lot of questions. Those questions can be about our themes, our collection, about the museum, but we also have a lot of questions about ourselves. How do we end up in the museum? What is to be an archaeologist? And what is the most interesting thing we ever found? Before ending this presentation, I want to make one of these recipes with you. We will make stuffed dates, a recipe that comes from the Roman period. You need dates, you need almond, pine nuts, apricots and honey. Don't forget the fish sauce. It's very easy, you just have to mix all of these ingredients with a mortar. And put the mixture inside of the pitted dates. In 1 to 2 minutes, you have made a delicious treat to end the meal, which is historically correct and also very nice. Before ending this video, Claire wants to tell you more about making a project like this. Claire, do you want some?
Oh, I would love a taste, thank you so much.
Bon appétit.
Ah bon. So the first iteration of this project was a while ago in 2019, but it didn't happen here. It happened in a different part of France, in the Ardèche area, where I used to be the director of the local archaeological site. There, we didn't work with 40 or more high schools at a time. We just did one after the other a few times a year as we were able to. Val d'Oise, being a much larger local authority, has allowed us to develop this project and give it the shape it has now. Now you might be wondering why exactly we decided to do things in this manner. In France, it is particularly difficult for people of the heritage sector, or in general the cultural sector, to work with schools. Teachers and high school directors do not have direct email addresses that we might be able to contact. We are expected to go through a number of intermediaries before we can actually reach the people who we are most interested in talking to, namely the teachers and their pupils. On the other hand, we are judged by our ability to work with these pupils. Our local authority is responsible for children who are of lower secondary school age, so around the age of 11 to 15. So it is expected that we create as many projects and as interesting projects as we can aimed at children of these ages, which is quite hard to do when we are not easily able to get into schools. So what we needed was a bit of a cheeky idea. We needed a clever way to get in touch with a large number of students while bypassing this organization. And as it happens, while it might be hard for us to get in touch with schools and teachers, our local authority is in charge of organizing the school lunch hour. So we were trying to fulfill two different goals. On one hand, we needed to find a project that would allow us to fulfill an expectation of reaching a large number of high school age students in a very public, in a very visible way that would allow us to be acknowledged, especially by our elected officials and by the high-ranking civil servants who are the ones who might be able to provide us with the means to create more projects. In this aspect, we're quite pleased with our results. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. On the other hand, we have another goal, which is the obvious goal for museum educators. We wanted to create an opportunity for genuine, high-quality interaction between students and between historic information. We wanted to find a way of getting them to experience history in a novel kind of way. This goal we have reached to a degree, but it is clearly one that still needs a little bit of improvement. In terms of visibility among our deciders, as we might call them, we're pretty pleased with the results. We do very little advertising about this, yet we have gained quite a lot of recognition. Every time we do one of these meals, we get a number of elected officials who gather in one of the schools and have their own Roman meal. This has allowed us to gain quite a lot of fame among them, and I have no doubt that this is one of the reasons that in the years since these meals have gained quite a lot of recognition, I think this is probably one of the reasons why some of our more ambitious projects have managed to find funding. Furthermore, we often get maybe a newspaper article in the local press. We also get a following from the information officer who works for the local authority and who is able to pass around some information about us. So we are generally quite pleased about the goals, about how well we've reached our goal of publicity, of acknowledgement of the work we do. Our second goal, regarding how much children are getting out of this, has been achieved to an extent, but there is still work that needs to be done. As a first start, while initially we used to provide paper documentation, placemats with games, with information, in order for children to interact among each other during the meals, what we've noticed is that these did not get read and they just got dirty very rapidly and ended up in the bin. So we've stopped doing that. What we've also noticed is that very few teachers are aware that we're coming. Even though the menu might be announced in advance, they simply don't have enough information telling them that there's going to be a historic meal on such date. As a consequence, they do not take advantage of this in class beforehand, except some very specific counterexamples. Even though a number of students come to interact with us, we're aware that there's still a minority of the overall number of students who eat the meal on that very day. And while we do our best to go to as many schools as we can, we're not such an enormous team, so there are always a number of schools that we simply do not interact with, even though little by little we're hoping to cover more and more of them. So we try to counter this with our virtual exhibition, which is a good start and which we're quite pleased with, but we're also aware that it's not quite enough. A next step here would be for us to try and create some didactic elements that teachers could use in their classrooms. For example, suggestions for teachers of mathematics to invite their students to try and do calculations with Roman numerals, or history teachers to discuss perhaps the geography of the origin of the food we eat. We are quite keen to develop a number of small activities that teachers could use in class before we arrive. But to a degree, the main success for the children of these archaeological meals is not necessarily in what they learn, but it's the degree to which we are able to create curiosity, to which we can create a sense of confidence in our shared culture, a culture that is based not exclusively on Europe, but especially around the Mediterranean and its many meals, cuisines and ingredients. And in that respect, I could say that we could be very pleased with what we've achieved. I would also like to say, for anyone who's keen to do this experience in their own museum, in their own local authority, is this is a project for which the costs are negligible. The most expensive things we've done is probably today with this film. What I would like to say is these goals have been achieved at a negligible cost. We are using the school suppliers. We are buying, or rather the school chefs are buying ingredients that they are used to buying. Some of them might be a little more expensive, such as honey or dried fruit, but the cost difference is very, very small. We used to do a bit of printing for the additional documentation. We no longer do that anymore. And what we have also observed is that food waste at the end of these meals is no more and no less than for a normal meal. So the costs for this project are in no way superior to what they might be for any school meal. To finish, I'd like to say a few words about how we plan to go a little bit further. We've started doing medieval meals we have a question about whether it might be relevant to suggest even more periods of time. We're quite keen to keep our Gallo-Roman meals, but we could also explore food in the Neolithic, or during the Renaissance, or who knows, even the beginning of the 20th century. These would be quite interesting and would offer our students new experiences here too. We would also like to be able to work more closely with teachers in the weeks running up to the meal. How we might achieve this is not yet quite clear, but one goal we have in mind is perhaps working with primary schools, as some of them have started to approach us, and we could perhaps work with them in a slightly more streamlined way. We're also quite keen perhaps to publish in professional press for teachers, where they might find out more about what we do. Finally, we are very keen to work more closely with the school lunch staff, with the cafeteria staff. In the very first iteration of this project, the school lunch staff was invited to the museum at the end of the school year for a special event just for them. Our colleagues who work in the cafeterias are not necessarily the most well-served of all the people who work for our local authority, and we feel this would be a very good way to acknowledge their participation in this. I hope you found our presentation interesting, and we're happy to answer your questions.
I am hungry and inspired in equal measure, as I'm sure all of you are. We are delighted to have our speakers here for the Q&A. The questions have been rolling in, so let's bring them up on screen. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Let's go to our first question. Love this. How would you sell something similar to our museum management?
Well, the cheat code is to have the museum manager come up with the idea or try and convince them that it was their idea in the first place. I would say that a good way of convincing management that this is something worth doing is showcasing the sort of parallel benefits that we've managed to get out of it. In the last couple of years, we've been pleasantly surprised to get funding for a number of pretty ambitious projects that likely would not have been funded previously. And I am pretty certain it's because these meals have given us a huge window, a huge amount of visibility for basically our deciders. And that is something that has a huge impact on the rest of our team and the rest of what we're doing. So that, I would say, could be an argument that might work. Also, it doesn't cost you anything. And that's always an argument that works quite well.
Can you speak a little bit to these ambitious projects that you have?
Yes, absolutely. We actually manage 2 different museums. One of them is composed of 3 buildings, 2 of which are empty. One of them is derelict. We've got funding to revamp one of them and turn it into a museum cafe and exhibition space, which had been a bit of a dream and is actually turning out to happen. The other museum, so the archaeological one, the one this project is based on, basically hasn't changed since 1983. It's pretty much the same, and little by little we are getting funding to renew it room by room. And again, this to a degree was very unexpected. And while the meals are probably not the only reason, I am pretty certain it's because this is one of the ways in which we have become known as a very dynamic team and one that is keen to understand the goals and bend the rules a little to reach them.
Excellent. Let's go to our next question. How do you handle students with significant dietary restrictions or allergies while maintaining the historical authenticity of the meal?
Yeah. For this, there are 2 aspects. On one hand, again, I've got a bit of a cheat code. We don't cook the meals. They are managed by the school nutritionist who is used to managing these expectations. I'm afraid I simply don't know how they manage that aspect. Maybe Quentin is more aware of this than I am. Maybe he'll have a bit more to say. On the other hand, at the end of the meal or during the meal, we offer on a separate table a number of activities which involve foodstuffs. And in this case, we are very clear and we regularly warn the students, is anyone allergic to pine nuts? Is anyone allergic to whatever? So we try and make sure that the children are aware of what they are likely to handle. The youngest students we interact with in these situations are around 10 years old for the very, very youngest. So they are old enough to be aware of what might be dangerous for them.
We chose the example of the pita dates, the stuffed dates, and that's the wrong example for this situation because it uses nuts, so a very common allergy. In this situation, we propose that if the student can do the activity and choose to, he can do it, but he choose what he want to eat. So, for example, we still give dates, pita dates alone to be consumed in order for them to be able to participate without taking any risk.
I would also say a big challenge is we've noticed that we display, ingredients and things on the table as a decor. We often have to try quite hard to stop them from eating the decorations. This is a recurring problem. And so we're telling, no, you cannot eat raw chickpeas. That's not a good idea. Please stop doing that. But it is interesting because it also shows that this is an opportunity for children to try things that perhaps they wouldn't necessarily be all that interested in trying in other situations. We've had them munching on raw celery very happily, which is not an ingredient children eat in France. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but certainly in France, children do not eat raw celery. So while the question of dietary restrictions is interesting, we're also in a situation in which we invite children to explore in a way they probably don't otherwise, and that's good fun.
And it's also important to understand that the meals are not totally historically accurate. There are thoughts of meal that could have been done at this point. Those are not meal exactly the same as they were eaten at in the past.
Sure. It sounds like you're giving them quite a multi-sensory experience. Let's go to our next question. How do you balance historical accuracy with the practical reality that some authentic ingredients are too expensive?
Well, there are several ways to answer this. Firstly, for us, usually the main expense is going to be honey in a Roman meal because honey is going to be used in a huge number of dishes, and this is not a cheap product. So chefs will mention how that can be an added cost. On the other hand, French schools throughout the year do themed meals. In particular, there's a week in France called the Week of Taste, Semaine du Goût, where every day the children will have access to a very specific meal or range of ingredients. So to a degree, it is built into the system that some days will require a small added expense. But again, I mean, if you look overall for the complete year, it's not significant at all. And on the other hand, sorry, and I realize there's another aspect to that. There's also a cheat code. You can just say, yeah, today we're eating a pauper's meal. We're not eating the fancy version of what the Romans or medieval people might have eaten. We're eating lentil stew. And that's fine. And it's historically accurate and it's very cheap.
No honey needed.
No honey needed, certainly not. Can't afford that.
Can you, when these, with these historically, inspired meals, if the school is saying, let's say, we don't have a budget to buy, 8 gallons of honey, do you say that's okay? Or like, is there a negotiation that happens that says, okay, this is authentic enough, even if it doesn't include honey, let's say, or what does that conversation look like?
What we do is we make sure there's no obvious anachronism and that what is being portrayed is generally credible and to the highest standard that is reasonable. On the other hand, our local authority places quite a lot of emphasis on these school meals in general, and they have a big working group of all the school chefs who are all employees of the local authority, and they do workshops together. They do week-long seminars, and our historic meals are a part of what they think about and how they work on it. So when they are planning their year's budget and the way they're going to plan this meal and their other themed meals in the year, this is something they take into account. So it sort of ties in with the way our school system works here. We're quite fortunate in that respect.
Also, some cooks always took initiative and will change the meal. Will change the meal in taking account what the children will eat. So, in order to avoid any garbage, any waste. So we know, for example, that some cook will not make meal with fish because they know that the fish part will not be eaten. So it helps not to pay too much if that will not be consumed.
Sure. Let's go to our next question. Has this project increased visits to the museum from local young people?
No, it hasn't. Well, I mean, not in a way that we have measured, but we don't seek to advertise. We have a few leaflets lying around. If the children ask where we're from, we'll answer. But we're not particularly looking to advertise the museum, not to the children anyway. To the teaching staff, we might be a lot more explicit about who we are. To our local deciders who might be around, we are, of course, extremely explicit about who we are, but we are not seeking to advertise to the children for two reasons. One, the main focus is a learning experience, and we are purely educators in that context. Also, because I'm not too keen on the idea of advertising to children in a setting in which they're captive, and which should be a school setting. So this is also something we don't insist on too much. So no, it hasn't had an impact on visitorship as far as I can tell. I would be extremely surprised if it had. A number of the schools we go to are also, a large part of our local authority is very underserved, extremely urban and oftentimes quite poor areas, with children who are unlikely to go to museums anyway. So in this situation, we are bringing the museum to us, and we are not expecting them to come and visit us.
How do you bridge the gap then between, kind of deliberately not advertising, definitely to students, but even maybe not even to teachers, but then creating that virtual resource for teachers so that they could understand it better? So how do you bridge that gap?
Yeah. So this virtual resource is on a platform that is specifically advertised. The platform itself is very specifically advertised to all the teachers within our local authority, all the lower secondary school teachers of our local authority. So that's how they access it. I would say the stats of usage of that exhibition are not necessarily fantastic. But it's not just for our exhibition, it's in general. The platform is not perhaps performing as well as we would like. So that's why we're also exploring other avenues, with the huge difficulty for us that we cannot get in touch with teachers directly. So that is a big limit to how we're able to work with them. Quentin might have a bit more to say about the virtual exhibition, perhaps. I don't know.
We don't have much feedback from the professor. That's our main problem with that. For example, we know that some professors that are used to the museum, to come to the museum, we will be able to ask them if they use the virtual exhibition, what they thought about it. But the problem is that the professors that don't come to the museum, we have absolutely no idea what they thought of our work and if it's used and it's interesting for them. We have some feedback, of course. When we go to school, some of the children are very aware that we talk about some of our themes. Sometimes some professor, like Latin professor, will teach them how to speak about all the ingredients of the meal. But that's the limit of our project and the limit of what we know of the use of the meal for the children and the students.
Sure. Let's take one more question. How might this be adapted for an art museum or even, let's say, a history museum, but other contexts?
I love this question so much. Last school we went to, I noticed they had a number of signs referring to previous or future meals. There were no dates, so I'm not entirely sure, including one which was an impressionist meal, which was either planned or they had already done. Our local authority, our local area is strongly associated with the impressionists. And so apparently they were doing something like this. I don't know if they were doing it with another museum or what. I had no context except that poster. And I thought that was fantastic. Why not? I mean, why not look at a picnic portrait in a painting and try and recreate it? Or generally speak about food in art. To me, that there is no difficulty in replicating this if you can find a school or many schools that might be interested in doing that. At least it has already been done.
Well, thanks to you both for being here and giving us this both museum, schools, and gastronomic experience and your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Our next session comes from rural Wyoming, where the Buffalo Bill Center of the West has been running virtual field trips since 2013, reaching more than 275,000 students across 6 continents. George Miller and Alex Martin share what began as an experiment and became a core outreach program, scaling rapidly during the pandemic and continuing to grow. It is a masterclass in how to build genuine reach when geography is against you. Both speakers will be here to take your questions after the film. Enjoy the presentation.
Welcome to the Buffalo Bill Center of the West in Cody, Wyoming, in the United States. And we're going to be talking today about virtual field trips in our center and how easy they are really to put together and deliver. We have 5 museums here at the Center of the West: the Buffalo Bill, the Draper Natural History, the Whitney Western Art Museum, the Cody Firearms Museum, and the Plains Indian Museum. So we've got a lot of different kinds of attractions here at the museum, and we try to represent some of those in our virtual field trips. Virtual field trips are basically for schools, and we've had tremendous success with them.
My name is Alex Martin. I'm the director of the Interpretive Education Department, and our staff is excited to tell you a little bit about our virtual field trip program.
My name is Ruby Gray. I am the Interactive Programs Educator here at the museum. A big part of my job is doing our virtual field trips, which I just love doing. It's a way that I'm able to take all the new things that I learn every day and very quickly turn it around and start teaching it to children. My favorite part of the job is definitely the question and answer side of the virtual field trip, where I'll always leave about 5 to 10 minutes to open it up for questions. Pretty much every time there's still hands raised when the teacher has to shut us off, and I think that's just the best part because it kind of shows that the experience is working. You know, kids will hold questions about something I talked about at the very beginning, and they'll bring that up first thing, and it's just a good way for us to continue to learn through the questions they have, and it just shows that they've really engaged with the material we've showed, and it turns it into a conversation rather than us just kind of lecturing at them. So I love that aspect of virtual field trips.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Henrich, and at the time we started virtual field trips, I was the director of education. And just a little bit about the beginnings of the program. We always were looking at ways that we could support school students, and being in a rural area, we only get about 5,000 students a year that can come into the building because of the distances in Wyoming. So we began a program looking at ways we could reach students, and one of our educators started looking at a program called Skype in the Classroom, which she kind of stumbled upon. And it was a network of teachers and individuals wanting to do presentations, whether they were museums or book authors. And so we connected with that network and started on the Skype platform delivering our lessons in 2013. So back in 2013, we started in May, and by December, we'd done 70 classrooms. We did it in a really casual way. We just kind of did it as it fit into our schedules. We started with our on-site tours and kind of converted them to a virtual format. And then as the demand increased for these types of programming, we realized the demand was out there. We actually began to expand the program and sought funding in order to keep it going on a regular basis. And that's where we started.
My name's Denise, and I am a retired elementary art teacher. I also taught high school as well. And I came into this job working, not just doing virtual field trips, but also doing the scheduling of virtual field trips, which was not my strength, no background in it at all. But they trusted me with it, and so far, so good, right? So, teachers, they can get onto our website, and there's a variety of virtual field trips that they can schedule, and it's super easy for them. So I love that all they have to do is click on book this lesson. It comes up, they see a calendar, and they can look for the time that is available and what works for them. Then I get a notice on an Excel spreadsheet, and our IT department, thankfully here at the museum, has helped us with this, and it shows up on the spreadsheet. I can just go in with that, and it sets up that I can transfer it onto each person's calendar. So we have the education calendar for the whole department, and then each person has their own calendar. So it keeps us all in touch with what's going on in our department, and I think it makes it pretty easy for teachers as well. They get an email confirmation back, we share that link, and hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes well, that we meet up virtually at the appointed time. Here we are in our Whitney Western Art Museum. We do a field trip here called Journey into Art, and I love doing this field trip. It's for K through 12 students, and you could even do it easily with preschool as well. So what's fun about this field trip, this journey, is that I always start it and I ask the teacher what they want their kids to get out of it, and boy can that vary. It can vary from they've been looking at perspective to I had a teacher that was trying to tie in with Renaissance art. So on the fly you have to think how you can tailor that. When we're with younger kids and dealing more with the elements of art, we go through the museum and focus, on that basic line, shape, color. This is an example I love to use with the younger kids. It's by a local artist. He lives up in Red Lodge, only about an hour away from our museum. Kevin Redstar, a Native American artist, but when we start looking at this and think about line, shape, color, pattern, it's putting together so many of the things that we had talked about earlier and it's really easy, for students to start identifying, oh, I see those triangles. Oh, on the bridle, they're repeated and creating that pattern. So this is a really fun one. I love, Nez Perce, the Native American tribe, the Appaloosa horses. Native Americans love patterns so much they even put them on their horses. So this would be like a great example for young kids, and they can look, and find the circles, the ovals. With older kids, obviously you need to get a little bit more involved. This is another example from our little Native American section, and this has great historical ties, not just to art here in America, but to European art. So maybe they've seen some examples of Madonna and Child. So this artist, he's doing a series, and it's exploring the matriarchal, fancy word there, society. Teepees of the Plains Indians, they were actually owned by the women. So we have that history tying in with Native American history, European art, those ancient icons where you would see the halos, traditional clothing. But then if you look really close, well, obviously you notice that modern umbrella and those little earbuds, something that every teenager can identify with today. So tying history in with modern. So it's a fun thing to do. And if we look really carefully, we can see the ledger art in the back, again, tying in that Native American history. And, every kid can identify with doodling in a notebook, especially, if they're interested in art. So that's just an example of how, two pretty similar pictures, how we can tailor them for different audiences.
Hi, my name is Heather Bender. I'm the Native Education Outreach Specialist at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. A core component of my job is working with Native communities, providing resources for teachers in Native and non-Native schools, providing teacher training. And the really cool thing about my job is I get to work with so many different Indigenous communities and resources and share those with educators that I was able to use that to create a new virtual field trip called Buffalo and Westward Expansion, where we look at the period of westward expansion and the government concept of manifest destiny, but we look at it from the point of view of Native people and Buffalo that were already on the plains before settlers ever moved west. One of the things I love most about virtual field trips is getting to travel all over the world. It's really cool to see school kids on the East Coast, in Mexico, up in Canada, and find out what their interests are and make connections with them to the resources we have here at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West.
From an administrative point of view, the virtual field trip program is funded through an anonymous donor. It's a really affordable program for us as an institution. The primary costs of it are really just the people. So we have several of us on staff here that do virtual field trips either as the whole part of their job or as a piece of their job. So right now we're doing about 30 virtual field trips every week with 5 staff offering virtual field trips. We've served about 30,000 students every year currently, and we're at the benchmark right around 300,000 students served since the program began. We've also found it's really important for our virtual field trips to be aligned to standards, so we use the United States national standards, like the NGSS standards for science. So all of our virtual field trips are really easy for teachers to slot right into their curriculum. It is something that works for them. Sometimes it's a subject they're not as comfortable teaching, so they're able to use our virtual field trips as a way to get some of that content to their students during the time of the year that makes sense for them and their curriculum.
This is my favorite museum to do our virtual field trips in. A virtual field trip in the galleries only really requires having an iPad with us. Through here we can get connected to Teams, Outlook, and we'll use our camera to move through the galleries showing items close up. We'll flip it around, have our face, so that we continue to keep the kids engaged by both looking at artifacts but also being able to see our expressions as we tell the stories of the West. In our studio space, we call this the Innovation Lab. It was built around the start of COVID to help facilitate even more virtual field trips. This is a studio that allows us to be able to get off of just using an iPad or webcam on our desktop. And here we have a setup where we can show a lot of hands-on things. We can show objects that relate to the lesson we're talking about, and it always excites the kids to be able to see up close the things of the West. I like to start every single one of our virtual field trips by first trying to gauge what the students already know. I'll ask if they've been learning about this subject in their classrooms already, and most of the time if we've got cameras on and eager kids, they will share what they've already talked about, and this can help us gauge where they are at, and then if I know where they are based, I'm able to give them a really curated lesson that's based around what they already know, what they need to know, and what relates to the land that they themselves are living on.
My name is Chloe Winkler. I work for the Draper Museum Raptor Experience here at the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. We do public programs for people in the summertime, and we also do lots of outreach. But places that we can't quite take a bird to, that might be too far away, we actually started doing virtual field trips. So with our virtual field trips, we offer falcons of Yellowstone and owls of Yellowstone. So we can reach out to schools all across the country who don't even know about Yellowstone National Park or any of these birds, and we can do these programs with them, teach them about all the falcons, all the different kinds of owls, and all their amazing adaptations that each of them have to make them such successful hunters in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, which is a lot of fun. Now, a virtual field trip with raptors, it consists of Teasdale here, or Dot, our American kestrel. She is the star of the falcons. Teasdale is the star of our owl programs. So we'll bring them in here. We'll have our setup right here. We'll put the camera on them, and then we have a slideshow or a PowerPoint that we go through. And we keep the camera most of the time on the bird, so the kids can see the bird while we're talking about their traits, their adaptations, and the birds move around from time to time, or they just sit there and sit still. We actually do take little bits of mice and feed it to Dot, our American kestrel, while we're doing the program, and the kids get really jazzed and excited about seeing her eat on camera as well.
So then we'll go through it, do the programs just like that, and the kids absolutely love seeing the birds when you switch your camera over, and they're just amazed that it's a live bird.
Because we are so close to Yellowstone National Park, our center also has a little alcove that focuses on Yellowstone, and we see like classic views of the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, and it's been done by so many artists in so many ways. If you've been to Yellowstone, maybe you've stood on Artist Point where you can look out and see these beautiful, the golden, those warm colors in the cliffs. So that's kind of the classic look that we think about, although this is done by a contemporary artist. To contrast, when I have students, I love to then go to this same type of view. However, this artist, he went to the rangers and he asked to go to a place where the public isn't allowed to go. So he has a little different viewpoint. And then we contrast those colors. Wow, those purples, that stormy sky, and how that gives such a different feeling when you look at it. And I love, later we'll zoom in and you can see there's writing on those purple cliffs. And you're like, it draws you in, wondering what is that writing? This artist, as he's doing a painting, he keeps a journal or diary, which many students have to do. And he's recording what's going on in his life during the process of doing the painting, and man, he had a lot going on. His wife was diagnosed with cancer, serious things going on. And so when I see that stormy sky, I'm thinking about, wow, he's got that same kind of storm going on in his life. So if a teacher wants me to talk about expression, we've got that covered as well.
Hi, I'm George Miller from the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. And I am the digital and outreach educator, and I was hired in 2013, right at the beginning of the virtual field trip program. One of the things I really like about the virtual field trips is that I'm sitting in my house, and in the wintertime here in Wyoming, there are days where I can't get out because of the snow. And when I watch the weather and when a big snowstorm is coming in, I'll bring all the props I need home with me so that I can film from home or do the virtual field trips from home. Wyoming is such an incredible place in terms of its natural resources. Everything from the lowlands, like the Gooseberry Badlands and the lowlands, all the way up to the Beartooth Highlands, the Alpine and the Beartooth Mountains, and of course the incredible Teton Range. We have just an amazing amount of natural resources here, and that's what I have focused on with my teaching. I do some geology about the hotspot and the building of the Rocky Mountains, and some waters of Yellowstone, because Yellowstone's the headwaters of most of the western United States rivers have their origins in Yellowstone. So we use the outside of the museum as well as the inside of the museum to present these virtual field trips. Something you might see in nature here in Wyoming, a fairly common scene. When you come to the museum, you may see that same sort of scene represented by an artist in a new and different way. So trying to blend those things together is very important to us. It's been an amazing process to see this, to see the virtual field trips grow over the years, and it's just continued to grow. And of course, during COVID we were well set up. By the time COVID came on, we had been doing virtual field trips for a while, and it really helped out teachers. And that's the thing that I try and think about is teachers don't always have the expertise in geology or natural resources, and we can help them with that. And as everything's lined up with standards, it fits right into their curriculum. So I hope you've enjoyed our production here and talking about the virtual field trips. And you can always contact us if you have further questions past the Q&A at virtual@centerofthewest.org. Thank you.
Wow, 300,000 students and growing. That is extraordinary. We are delighted to have George and Alex here for questions. And I know there are a lot in the chat, so we're going to try to get through as many as we can. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Let's get to our first question. How do you decide which content to prioritize when developing new virtual field trip topics?
We talk to teachers all the time, and we have thousands of teachers over the course of the whole thing. And we also look at standards, and we also look at what expertise we have in the building. So what our resources are from the museum point of view, how we can build those field trips.
Yeah, I'd say we always come back to our center's mission too of the cultivating the enduring spirit of the American West. So anything we can that is within that topic, that's also something that drives us, along with any new standards that have been passed, like Heather discussed the Indian Education for All standards. That was a way we could really step in and help teachers. So that was a reason that we started doing more of our Indigenous Studies virtual field trips as well. So really driven by teachers, standards, and our collection.
That's great. Next question. Lovely presentation. What do you think are the factors that have contributed to the virtual program's longevity and sustainability?
I would say, I think what I saw another question kind of float by too about if the programs are free. I think that's one reason that this program has been really sustainable is that it is free for the teachers. All of our funding comes from that donor. So that donor funding funds the positions here at the museum that offer these virtual field trips, and then we're able to offer them at no cost to the teachers. I think that's one reason that they've been incredibly popular, and it's sustained for what, 13 years now at least. Anything else you can say?
Well, and then I think as we've become more sort of sensitive to what teachers need, we know, like, there are certain standards that are taught at certain times of the year, so we have more openings those times of the year for those field trips, and people just clamor in. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it sounds like it. Next question. Have you had any technical failures mid-session, and how do you handle that?
Yeah, I started in 2013, and the internet was horrible. We were on Skype. Do you remember Skype?
Of course, yeah.
We started out Skype in the classroom, and we had failures all the time. We've got a big pipe out. At the time we had a T1 line, which was big, but the teachers didn't, and that was all, things would drop, and the video was horrible, and the audio was horrible. And then came COVID, and I will say, it was a horrible thing, and many people died. But during that time, the infrastructure for schools got much better in the United States, and it seems like in Canada as well. So yeah, we don't have as many technical failures now. We do have little things like that we learn, like don't have Teams open if you're using Zoom, or because they'll interfere with each other. And we can talk that through with teachers too.
Yeah, I would say too, sometimes on the teacher's end, they will maybe have bandwidth trouble. We've found that having the classroom turn their video off is often helpful with the connection too. So that kind of helps.
Yeah, we troubleshoot on the fly.
Sure.
We've learned a few tricks.
Next question. How do you promote your virtual field trips to attract teachers' interest?
Well, in the last year or so, we've actually started using Constant Contact to re-advertise our virtual field trips throughout the year based on season or based on, we know, the schedule that some of the teachers are teaching at in the United States. So we'll advertise what's relevant through email. We keep a bank of all of their email and contact information. They can unsubscribe at any time, but that allows us to get back in touch with them and remind them that we're around. Really, other than that, we put our resources on Teachers Pay Teachers, which is a often free or low cost site that helps kind of get some new teachers, but really it seems like we get a lot of repeat teachers every year, or they are our best word of mouth advertising. They tell other teachers that it exists and that they should sign up. So we don't do a whole lot of.
It seems to go viral, like a school district, you know, we'll have one teacher do it in a school district and then suddenly, boom, that whole school district is doing it. So yeah, we haven't really advertised at all. It's just been, well, a little bit through a couple of things, but it's word of mouth a lot.
Again, I think that came up earlier and either today or yesterday, but the word of mouth is such a powerful, you know, communications tool. It can be undervalued, maybe underestimated. Next question. Are all field trips in English, or do you have any multilingual educators?
Well, some of us speak a little bit of Spanish and I speak a little bit of Arabic. And so when I get students from the Middle East or from Spanish speaking countries, I'll use a few words, but mainly those teachers want their students to be conversing in English. So most of the time they'll be like ESL classes or second English learning classes. So they want the kids to hear English and they want the kids to ask questions in English. So that's been mostly how we've done it. We've dreamed about having somebody who was fluent that could do in bilingual in English Spanish anyway, but that's still a dream.
I would say too, we have done a couple with ASL, American Sign Language interpreters,
that's right.
which have been really interesting. We'll contract with sign language interpreters to be able to zoom into deaf and hard of hearing classes across the world too. So that's been
fun.
Really interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. And next question. How much work needs to be done at the classroom teacher's end? What is their role and what sort of work needs to be done before, during, and after a virtual field trip?
So we have developed pre-activities and post-activities for all our virtual field trips. We find that they don't get used a lot. And I think my intuition is that that's because teachers are so busy. A lot of teachers use us as an introduction to a subject when they're getting ready to go into, say a geology in 4th grade in the United States. So they'll have us come on before, or they might use us as a summation after they've presented content. So I think that's how we're mostly being used. Now and then we have students who are like super prepared, and it's so exciting because they've done the pre-activities. And and there's pre and post that we've done for everything.
But there really isn't a whole lot for the teachers to do either. We've tried to make it as seamless as possible. So that Calendly service that Denise showed the back end of sends them a link ahead of time. It sends reminder emails to the teachers. It resends the link frequently so they know when to be prepared. So really they just need to log in, much like we did today, with a camera and some sort of microphone. Ideally, we can do it for them with no video and no audio on their end too if they're having trouble. During the virtual field trip, we do sometimes have the teacher participating, helping us call on students in the classroom to keep everybody engaged. But other than that, they can kind of sit back and let us instruct. We sometimes even call on the students ourselves and say, the person in the back with your hand up, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, so that's kind of fun too. And then after, I guess it's up to them if they want to use any of our post resources.
And that's the thing, I mean, that I think we want to emphasize is this is all live. So we're trying to interact with the kids, and after doing, thousands and thousands of these over the years, the technology kind of disappears. I feel like I'm in the classroom with them, and my sort of posit is that they really interact in a very incredible way with the screen because they're used to interacting on a screen with their friends and phones and all that stuff. So in a way, I think attention may be heightened in a way, and they actually pay it more attention because you're on a screen than in live classrooms. And so it's been great to be able to actually interact with the kids and answer their questions, either mid field trip or at the end. We always leave about 10 to 15 minutes at the end to answer any questions they might have, and those questions go on and on sometimes. So it's pretty great.
Excellent. Well, let's take one more question. Do you have anything in place for students who require support in accessing your virtual field trips, such as students with disabilities?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head other than that working with ASL interpreters and contracting with ASL interpreters. I think that classroom teachers are so incredibly innovative and so knowledgeable that if they do have any needs ahead of time, I know we've done some different special education classrooms, and they will contact us ahead of time to make sure that we have any accommodations in place. We don't have anything necessarily that's standard, but the teachers are more than welcome to reach out ahead of time so that we can make sure we're doing what they need us to do during that time.
Yeah, they usually, if there's needs, they'll let us know, and then we do the best we can with what we've got.
Excellent. Well, thank you both for being here, for answering all these questions. And we will love to follow along and maybe join a virtual field trip one day.
Be fun.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. For our final session of the Museums and Schools Summit, we ask you, what if your museum could do more than host school field trips and instead become a classroom, a career lab, and a workforce pipeline? Katrina King Singh from the Taubman Museum of Art in Virginia shares their museum studies program, a sustained on-site partnership with public schools to introduce high school students to real museum careers in real time. The team will be here after the film to take your questions, so keep that energy coming and enjoy the presentation.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Salters, and I am a third-year student for the Center of Visual Arts. Museum studies has influenced me to consider having a career in the field because through the program it has enabled me to gain hands-on experience of what goes on inside of a museum. I have been able to meet with and talk to employees at the Taubman Museum about their career paths, what brought them to the museum, and why they chose a career in this field. Personally, I have always loved art, but through museum studies, I've learned about the importance of storytelling through art and how part of a museum's job is to preserve these stories and share them with the community. Due to this, I've realized that I want to be part of this mission to share the importance of art with the people.
I'm Katrina King Singh, Deputy Director of Community Engagement here at the Taubman Museum of Art. Since 2009, the Taubman Museum of Art has had the opportunity to host a museum studies program here at the museum that benefits students in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. This opportunity has come about through Roanoke County administration generously sponsoring a grant that funds both the school and the museum to host not only museum studies, but also a professional development series and tours for kindergarten and first grade classes. This opportunity has led to multiple students being able to experience the museum in various ways. The Museum Studies program allows students to come in and get true hands-on experience, not only learning about the exhibitions in our spaces, but also museum careers.
I've been participating in museum studies for 13 years. And when we started, there was 7 students in my senior class. And now there's roughly 25. And we get about 100 applicants for 25 spots each year, and it continues to grow. So I think that there's a want for it. I think people know that art is a wonderful thing, and it helps you broaden your understanding of everything. So it's a great experience. The way Museum Studies is set up is that it is built into the regular school day, which is excellent because it makes it really accessible for kids that otherwise could not get to a museum. So we provide public transportation. We have school buses that pick them up and hopefully drop them off. And we have part of our class built in for 1 month out of every school year where kids come and have class at the museum in the museum setting versus sitting in their regular classroom. And the kids love it because it's like being on a field trip for a whole month. You get to experience and see things outside of a regular classroom setting that I cannot give to students otherwise. They would be seeing it on an active panel, and they can stand in front of art physically, and then the other component is hearing from museum professionals, which is vital and completely different from when a teacher talks about it.
This is my 3rd year that I have taught museum studies here at the museum. A lot of the things that I make sure that I include in the lessons every year is the behind the scenes part of the museum. So every year I make sure to get staff to come in to present, to speak about their role.
The importance of the staff is incredible for my students to hear from creative professionals in the atmosphere and environment of their home turf. And the kiddos really are receptive and open-minded about hearing what they go through on a daily basis to make a museum work behind the scenes. And the more honest the professional is about the challenges that come up, the more interest that they have. And hearing from someone who handles finances, handle logistics of the front in and out of house, to the director and curator is phenomenal.
Something that really hits home with students seems to be when they get to be a part of the behind the scenes happenings here at the Taubman. So this year, 11th and 12th graders got a chance to talk to the curators that were behind designing 2 of our gallery spaces this year. And it was really special because not only did they get this special behind the scenes tour and learn what goes on to design an exhibition, they were also able to see the technology that is used for the layouts of these exhibitions, which was really special.
Some of the highlights that the kids talk about are when someone who is super knowledgeable talks about the artwork and why they pick pieces to go together in a show, the students connect to it. I think they can feel the passion that the people have for the arts, and it's very relatable. When the students get to hear museum professionals talk about their life, their training, how life takes you in a zigzag everywhere, they really enjoy hearing the personal narrative, and then the museum professional talks about what they do now. And they get to see them in action, see examples of their work, or hear about the stories of what they do on a daily basis. Is awesome. And they love it, the candid nature, and adults talking about their life experiences without censorship. They think that's the best. Talking to everyone from Barbara at the security desk and asking questions about what's the craziest thing that's happened in the museum, all the fun, exciting questions they can come up with, the weird questions they can come up with, really opens their eyes to how much energy and time and thought goes into the behind the scenes to make things work.
So some of the benefits that I see the students get is when they're able to see their ideas come to life in the museum and be a part of the museum. Anytime that we have events that they can go ahead and help out with, then they also feel like this is something important. This is something I'm doing for the museum, for the community, and it really hits home with them. It sticks. And I think that's part of the reason why it's so important to also have this program be on site, because they get to really become a part of the community here. It's just so much more impactful when you're on site somewhere. You know, you can listen to someone's story about traveling abroad, but if you're there, it's so much more impactful. As a student moves through the program, they are exposed to a more in-depth look at the museum and its runnings. Even the presentations from the staff is a little bit different. That's more in depth. We start talking about, well, if this was your role and if you had this problem, how would you tackle this problem? Versus a younger student might be like, oh, out of all these people that we've talked to, what role sounds the most interesting? So as you move through the program, it gets to be more specific, more in depth. They're doing more presentations. So we research more of the artwork that's in the galleries. The artists will start to look at the art movements that are involved in the artwork in the galleries. We'll start to look at art critiques and going through the process of analyzing art and then presenting that in a group setting. They are getting the skill sets that they're using. They're using communication skills, that they're seeing things and analyzing things, establishing professional relationships, all of this stuff over 4 years. This builds into this skill set that they could then use in any career that they choose to go into as they progress in their future.
So the art history component is incredibly important because we're an art making program. So when we recruit for our adjudicated program, kids try out and they think they're going to come and just make stuff. But there's this whole other component that is museum studies that's set aside to tie into the art history. And we don't have a ton of time in the classroom and aren't set up for the art history, the learning of art history. We infuse it a little bit here and there, but in an art museum, it's built in. So the people that talk about the art know all about the history and the context that it comes from. And being able to see it in person, I can't say enough about. So yeah, the art history is huge and it adds to our curriculum and their bigger understanding of the world. I think that the students being in the space for a set amount of dates creates consistency and they feel comfortable in the space and they start to interact with it in a more in-depth, engaged manner. So coming to a museum and taking a tour and observing artwork for an hour is very different from sitting with it and being surrounded by it and hearing about it and thinking about it and knowing how it was hung. It has a depth of information. They start to be able to critically think about how a museum actually functions.
It surprises them in a really good way when they feel like when they become part of the museum, because some of the stuff that we do there is in our museum studies program is hands-on, in the studio that they can go ahead and help with. That is when not only are they most surprised by that, I think that's the biggest reward for them. That's when they really feel like they are a part of this space. They can also start to relate to staff more that are here since they're here for a month. When you're here for a month in this professional setting, now all of a sudden you become more comfortable with the environment that you're in and the staff that you're with. And it's important to have these doors open at the high school level because they can really start recognizing themselves and seeing themselves in the future. And we have had students reach out to staff members and just for inquiries about their role here and about maybe some job shadowing or maybe doing a Zoom call with them, because since they're here for a month, they have gotten more comfortable within the setting and with the staff themselves.
I think that it is important that it's 9th through 12th grade because they change so much as humans between 9th and 12th grade. At 12th grade, they're planning their future and heading out the door. And in 9th grade, they're so fresh and so new and impressionable. And over the 4 years, you see them become more comfortable in the museum setting. And some of them who never would have thought about something creative as a career start to think maybe this could be for me. So it makes it accessible to young minds when it wouldn't otherwise have been.
The Museum Studies program gives students the opportunity to become museum patrons, to really be able to appreciate how museums put on their exhibitions and their programming. But it also allows students the opportunity to really explore museum careers and understand that there are so many different roles within the museum field. Most students who become interested in museums are often really excited about becoming curators, about the opportunity to interact with the artwork or the artifacts. But students through this program also get to understand that there's a variety of museum careers out there, from facilities management to fundraising to development to educational programming. So before they come into the museum, they might have a preconceived notion about what it is to work in a museum, but after this program, they really understand a well-rounded view of the individuals that make museums possible and maybe begin to see themselves in the museum role, which is very exciting for us.
So specific examples of students moving into museum studies is we have kids that get internships here. We have kids that decide that they want to work here and they volunteer, and they have all kinds of great opportunities to come in and participate in community events that they're more aware of and more comfortable at returning to the museum by themselves that they would have not been otherwise. And then we have kids that decide museum studies is for them in the future. If they choose to pursue a fine arts career, this has an impact on their own art making. So part of our curriculum is in their senior year, they develop their own body of work, and seeing other artists who have a sustained investigation in a particular area absolutely helps them become better artists themselves.
Students get the opportunity to go ahead and have a specialized tour, like we do one where they get to go into our vault and talk to our registrar and get to see how art is preserved, how it's handled. The older grades, they get to experience like a mock art handling course, you could say, a crash course. They even get to tour the wood shop, to see how things are prepared, things like pedestals and things that you don't really maybe take into account when you first just go to a museum.
This internship has meant a lot to me throughout my time here. It means a lot that as interns, we were trusted to facilitate a lot of public events and interactions.
I have learned the importance of communication in a museum setting and how every area and aspect is, it's really important that they communicate with each other to keep the museum running.
I got to learn a lot about the different roles that play in the museum, and as somebody who's really interested and invested in community engagement, I was very happy that as a Roanoke local, I was able to make a difference in the community where I was born and raised.
I've learned a lot about those different kinds of roles and how I might create a career path for myself to fulfill one of those.
It's really inspiring to see for up and coming people in this career, and it's something I definitely want to take with me as I move forward.
So one of the things that I will always have a good memory of, and every time the museum offers an immersive experience that combines technology and art together, the students go crazy for it. Some of the immersives that have been offered, including MOOCA and the addition to Monet, students got to walk into and physically be surrounded by, and they were in awe. And seeing the colors and the music pass over their faces, it was just a sweet memory, and it landed so well with them because I think the younger generation appreciates when an art is in a format that they're very familiar with, and they get to experience it in a new way that takes it up a notch. Some of the projects that we've made are awesome, but the one that stands out is when the museum connected to Roanoke, the city of Roanoke, and each student, we had made a collaborative art piece, and each student was in charge of a piece of a large-scale mural. And they ended up printing it, and it is to this day in a very visible spot, which tourists from all over come and see it. And I was so proud of it. The kids were so proud of it, and has longevity. I'm super proud that we offer it to our students. I think that it should be more readily available to be able to study in a museum with museum professionals, but we're lucky enough to have it. I hope it grows and allows others to do it as well. The things that I love the most is standing in the gallery with the students and hearing their critique and opinions about pieces of art that they've seen in textbooks. The setting and the kids' response to the art is amazing, and they're so insightful, and they start to put pieces of this historical puzzle and a personal puzzle together, and I get to be part of that.
Running the Museum Studies program and getting to teach it is hands down the favorite part of my job. I look forward to it every November. I just love getting to go through this experience with them together and making the experience for them, seeing how much they enjoy it and seeing how much the importance grows over the 4 years that they are here in the program. I've been doing this for 3 years, and I love every year I've done it and all the students that I've got to teach.
The Taubman Museum of Art is so proud to host an in-depth participatory museum studies program that fosters a future generation of museum advocates and enthusiasts who are going to go on to preserve and celebrate their community's history, art, and culture. And we hope that we've inspired you to do the same.
This is a super exciting program for our sector, and we are delighted to have Katrina and Mary here to answer the questions that have been coming into the chat. Hello.
Hi there. Thank you for having us.
Hello. Thanks so much for being here. Let's get to our first question. How do museum staff feel about the additional time commitment of presenting to students each year?
I will let Mary answer that question because she helps to make sure that different staff rotate through to talk to the students.
Yes, so before the program really gets underway every fall, I contact many of the staff to see what would, how this would fit in their schedule, what would they prefer to do. And then even I collaborate with them to see about like time-wise too, like, what can we show them this year, because, maybe the students mentioned last year, let's just say hypothetically, like, oh yeah, we really mentioned that we really wanted to know more about how art is handled. So then maybe I'll talk to them specifically about, hey, this is what they want to learn. And, these, and I have a window of a bunch of times open. And sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's okay, because you just have to be flexible. And, with this, because you're working with, almost 30 other staff members. So, in this, if this person can't do it, that's okay, because I can maybe talk to this other person. And really what the staff really wants to know is what do I do with them? What do they want to learn? So as long as I'm specific with the staff, then I get really good feedback with them.
Excellent. And joining us now also is Sarah Cubberly, the art supervisor for Roanoke County Public Schools. So Sarah, thank you for joining the Q&A. We're going to jump into our next question. How has the program evolved since you first introduced it?
That's a great question. So we have actually been working with Roanoke County Schools with this program since 2007. So it has been a long process as we have worked to kind of refine the program. And as kind of mentioned in the video, when it started, there was kind of a limited number of students that participated. And now the program has become quite competitive, and there have been a number of students that have wanted to participate and apply through the Burton Center for Arts and Technology to participate in that class and thus participate in the program. So I would say, kind of over the years, the number of students have evolved, but essentially the structure itself has remained the same as far as making sure that students get that opportunity to speak with a number of staff member, to be on site, to participate in some way with the museum as far as helping to develop programming or research regarding the exhibitions. So, each year that changes depending on what we've got on view or what's coming up. But otherwise, it has essentially remained the same.
Yes.
If I could add actually to that would be great. So something, I can't speak for the years, obviously, prior to when I was teaching, but since I started, and this sort of feeds into another question that was in the chat, asking about how students are involved. And that is something that I would say that I have evolved into the program. So every year I talk to the students about what they really liked last year, what maybe they want to see more of this year, something that, just really getting their feedback and building the program based on what they're interested in. I have a framework, obviously, but then I could fill in this and fill in this. It's like, oh, wait, we really wanted more gallery time because we want to, research, artists or things like that, because the museum is closed when they're here. So it's really nice and special. They are here early enough in the morning. So the museum is their oyster. And and then also something specific, I guess I can say that has changed is that we started looking at future exhibitions for these kids. So they already know the exhibitions that are going to happen, a year from now. So when they come back in the fall, they're going to be like, oh yeah, I remember we talked about that. And sort of what Katrina was saying, yeah, it has really grown. When I first started 3 years ago, there's a 25, I believe it's 25 for the cap of students that could be in there. And some of those numbers were below. And then since I've been here, it has grown to the point where it's competitive and not everyone can get in to it. So we might have close to 100 applicants, but we can only fit in so many.
Wow. That's so impressive, and you should be so proud of that growth. Let's go to the next question. How do you secure the funding to support school buses to from the museum for the classes?
I can take lead on that one. So our grant that comes from the County of Roanoke is twofold. There's part of it that goes to the museum, and then part of it that comes to the school system. And so I manage that funding that comes with the school system. And so we use that to send students, especially like the K-1 students, to field trips, but also the CVA students for their portion of museum studies. And then it also covers the art teacher days at the museum as well, where we do professional development. So it's all folded into that County of Roanoke and Roanoke County and Tallman partnership.
Excellent. Next question. How do you address the reality that museum careers are often low paid and highly competitive?
It's a great question. So, really, that's a lot of why we bring in a number of staff members into the presentation to the students, because not only are they speaking about what they do at the museum, so that, students have an understanding of the various roles that are available to them, but also to give them the reality of what they do. So we talk about their challenges. We talk about how they got into that position. So, there are a number on staff, and as many of us know, our career paths are never really linear. So really kind of understanding having to take on different roles or move in a zigzag pattern throughout the museum, we do have a number of staff who have started as interns. So we talk about, that opportunity to step into the field, to get the door open. But also, the reality is that it may take some time for them to find a position, because a lot of museum professionals are often within their position for many years. And so, kind of helping to help them understand what this could look like, and how they need to look for these opportunities, or what they need to do to put themselves in the pathway of maybe being able to find out more opportunities depending on where they want to go in the field.
Sure.
And actually, I could maybe add to that as well. It's not so much that we're like, like when you go to an art class, it's not like, oh, you're taking this art class because you are going to become an artist. Those skills can help you. That that creative problem solving helps you throughout anything in your life. Much like when they come to the museum and they have all of this feedback from all the staff. It's not like we're selling this idea that like, oh yeah, the museum is like, yeah, everybody work at the museum. It's really just exposing them and getting them to really, be more knowledgeable about all the different roles that are here, because there is, a misconception, I think, when the students first come in. This kind of goes into another question, because there's a question about misconception, but about that, the role in the museum is curating. It's hanging stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what working in a museum is. But when they find out there's so much more that goes in, there's everything from, development to like IT and facilities. There's so many different things that they can do that you can do in a museum, or you can do somewhere else. And so it really just kind of, it exposes them. And Katrina mentioned too, that we keep things more real. Like, we're not going to, say, it's, kind of just like how a career path isn't linear. It's like, oh, well, first I worked here, and then I did this, and then I did this. So, we just make sure that we're honest and open with the students, and they do appreciate that. Especially teenagers, I think. They know when things are fake. So,
yeah. So, well, it sounds like an excellent program. And Mary, Katrina, Sarah, thank you so much for rounding out the Museums and Schools Summit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Well, that brings us to the end of the Museum Next Museums and Schools Summit. Across the last 2 days, we've heard from museums and educators across 5 continents, all asking the same fundamental questions. How do we make museums matter to children and young people? How do we build relationships with schools that go deeper than a single visit? And how do we ensure that the stories we tell and the spaces that we offer are genuinely for everyone? What's clear is that the answers don't come from the programs alone. They come from trust, from listening, from sustained commitment, and a willingness to be changed by what students, teachers, and communities bring through our doors. A huge thank you to all of our speakers and to everyone who joined us and asked questions and shared your experiences in the chat. You are what makes this community so special. All the sessions are available on demand now, so please revisit anything that sparked your imagination or ideas, and you can share them with your colleagues. We'll be back next month with the Museums and AI Summit, and I hope to see you all there. I'm Emily Kotecki. Take care.